Hello, 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 good morning. Hello.
Good morning, everyone. Respected dignitaries on the dais, esteemed guests, scholars, participants, and dear students, it is with immense joy and honor that we welcome you to this momentous occasion, the second international seminar on innovative approaches in geographical research organized by the Department of Geography, Rampurhat College. My name is Shati Naik and I am thrilled to be your host for today along with my co-host Shreya Chakraborty.
Thank you, Swati. A warm welcome to one and all present here today. This seminar is a proud celebration of the 75th anniversary of Rampurhat College, a milestone achievement. Together, we will explore groundbreaking dimensions in geographical research and its role in achieving the Sustainable Development Goals.
A warm welcome to one and all present here today. This seminar A warm welcome to one and all present here today. Over the next 2 days, we will be witnessing inspiring keynote addresses, insightful plenary sessions, vibrant panel discussions, and groundbreaking technical sessions. This platform is designed to bridge academia, policy, and community-based approaches to foster collaboration and innovation.
Before we begin, we extend our heartfelt gratitude to the organizing committee for their dedicated effort in making this seminar possible. We are also deeply honored to have a stellar lineup of speakers and resource persons who have graciously joined us from across the globe.
Let us embark on this exciting journey together. Without further ado, we will now move on to the next segment of our program. Shreya, over to you. Introduce the next session.
Thank you. It is indeed a privilege to welcome the dignitaries who have graced this occasion with their esteemed presence. We are honored to have with us some of the most eminent personalities who have made significant contribution to their respective fields. To begin with, we warmly welcome our keynote speaker, Professor Milab Chand Sharma, Professor at the Center for the Study of Regional Development, Jawaharlal Nehru University, New Delhi. Sir, your expertise and insight into geographical research are truly inspiring, and we look forward to your address.
Next, we are delighted to welcome our special guest, Dr. Krishna, former Surveyor General of India, former Director of the National Atlas and Thematic Mapping Organization, Kolkata, and former Vice Chancellor of Mahatma Gandhi Kashi Vidyapith, Varanasi, India. Sir, it is an honor to have you here with us today.
We would like to request on stage our special guest for today, Professor Bhaskar Bhattacharya for ECL.
special welcome to Dr. Buddhadev Mukherjee, Chairperson of IQAC and Associate Professor in the Department of History. Sir, your guidance has been instrumental in shaping this event.
Lastly, we would like to welcome Dr.JayantaDas, convener of the seminar, HOD and Assistant Professor in the Department of Geography, Rampurhat College, and Professor Ashraful Alam, Organizing Secretary and Assistant Professor in the Department of Geography, Rampurhat College. Your dedication and leadership have made this seminar a reality. Ladies and gentlemen, please join us in giving a warm round of applause to our esteemed dignitary on the dais.
As we gather here to this exciting journey of knowledge and exploration, let us begin in this seminar on a melodious note. Music has the power to unite hearts and minds, setting the tone for the day ahead.
We now invite students of the Geography Department of Rampurhat College to present the inaugural song. Their performance is a tribute to the spirit of innovation and collaboration that this seminar embodies.
ক্যামেরাটা কেটে গেছে
Hello, 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 hello. Hello, 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 hello. देश को सदा सलाम देश को प्रणाम
for this wonderful performance. Let's give them a big round of applause.
This year is a momentous one for Rampurhat College as we proudly celebrate its 75th anniversary. Established in 1950, Rampurhat College has been a beacon of academic excellence and a hub for nurturing talents across generations.
Over these 7.5 decades, the college has grown immensely, contributing to the intellectual and social fabric of our society. Today, as we gather here, this seminar is a testament to its enduring legacy and forward-thinking vision.
We extend our heartfelt congratulations to the entire Rampurhat College family, past and present, on this remarkable milestone. Let us all take a moment to appreciate this incredible journey.
As we gather to celebrate the 75th anniversary of Rampurhat College, it is only fitting that we honor the remarkable individual who founded this esteemed institution, Sri Mukundu Bihari Saha, 1886 to 1962.
Sri Mukundu Bihari Saha was not just an educator, but also a visionary philanthropist from Shingail village, Dhaka, an alumnus of prestigious Scottish Church College and Calcutta University. He exemplified a deep commitment to education and social welfare. After completing his Master of Arts in Philosophy in 1913, he went on to serve as the headmaster of Rampurhat High School in 1914 and later as Assistant Secretary of the Government District Relief Committee in 1936.
His legacy is immortalized in his transformative contributions to education, including the establishment of Rampurhat College in 1950, Sri Ramakrishna Shikshapit in 1951, and Shampahari Sri Ramakrishna Teachers Training College. His vision continues to inspire generations.
Let us all strive to uphold the ideals and vision of Sri Mukundu Bihari Saha, whose efforts have profoundly shaped the educational landscape of this region.
The ceremonial lighting of the lamp symbolizes the dispelling of darkness and the illumination of knowledge, wisdom, and hope. It is a tradition that sets a positive tone for any auspicious occasion.
We now invite our esteemed dignitaries to step forward and light the ceremonial lamp. May I request Professor Milab Chand Sharma, Dr. Prithvish Nag, Dr. Buddhadev Mukherjee, Dr.JayantaDas, Professor Ashraful Alam, and our esteemed guest, Dr. Bhaskar Bhattacharya, to kindly light the lamp. As the lamp is lit, let it signify the beginning of a journey filled with insightful discussions, meaningful exchanges, and impactful outcomes.
রেকর্ডিং হচ্ছে না আমাদেরটা।
Thank you all the dignitaries for gracing this ceremony. May this light guide us through the enlightenment sessions ahead. Now, to officially inaugurate this seminar, it is my honor to invite Dr. Buddhadev Mukherjee, Chairperson of IAGR and IQAC Coordinator, Rampurhat College, to deliver the inaugural address. Dr. Mukherjee has been a guiding force in shaping the academic and institutional growth of Rampurhat College.
With his extensive experience and dedication to promoting academic excellence, Dr. Mukherjee has played an instrumental role in organizing the seminar. We are privileged to have his inspiring leadership. Sir, we invite you to the podium to deliver the inaugural address. Please join me in welcoming Dr. Buddhadev Mukherjee with a warm round of applause.
Good morning, everybody. Today is a very special day for Rampurhat College. This year we are celebrating 75th anniversary of the foundation of Rampurhat College throughout the year through different activities. As a part of this celebration, the Department of Geography, Rampurhat College, has organized an international seminar on innovative approaches in geographical research, exploring new dimensions for sustainable development goals. In collaboration with IQAC Rampurhat College. The seminar is sponsored by a number of government and non-government organizations like Ministry of Earth Science, Government of India, Indian Council of Social Science Research, Social Science Research, Science and Engineering Research Board, Council of Industrial and Social Research, ECL, and many other organizations who have played the role of co-sponsorship like the Central Bank of India, Rampurhat branch, etc. Without the support of the sponsors, this seminar could not be organized. I, on behalf of Rampurhat College, express our thanks and gratitude to them and heartily welcome their representatives who are present here. We are grateful to our governing body President Dr. Ashish Kumar Bandyopadhyay, Deputy Speaker of the Legislative Assembly of West Bengal, for his all-time enthusiastic support and encouragement to any kind of academic activities. Unfortunately, he is not able to be present here today for urgent assignment in the Legislative Assembly. We also feel the absence of our Principal Dr. Prabal Kumar Sinha, who is also a very enthusiastic person and always encourages us to perform the academic activities. He is also absent today because of his urgent appointment in CSC office, Calcutta. However, both of them assured us to be present tomorrow. Now I am happy enough to get the opportunity to welcome all the dignitaries, scholars and others present in the inaugural session of the seminar. I am sorry that 3 Vice Chancellors of the University of Vishwabharati, University of Burdwan and University of Raigarh has consented to be present in the inaugural session, but possibly they could not reach in time, and they will reach soon, I expect. I welcome all the resource persons from different places of India and abroad who are kind enough to accept our invitation and has taken the hazards to be present here in a Mopustal town like Rampurhat. I welcome the dignitaries on stage who are kind enough to be present here. I again, on behalf of Rampurhat College, welcome them all, whose presence and thoughtful presentation will make the seminar successful. I welcome all the delegates who has come from different parts of India and abroad, without whose presence no seminar could be successful. Then I welcome all the guests, my colleagues, teaching and non-teaching staff, students of Rampurhat College, news reporters and all others present here. I hope that many new dimensions of research will be explored in the next 2 days and the seminar will achieve a grand success. Thank you.
Thank you, sir, for your insightful and inspiring words. Your address has truly set the tone for this seminar and reinforced the importance of innovation in geographical research. To provide a deeper understanding of the vision and purpose of this seminar, we now invite the convener of the second international seminar on innovative approaches in geographical research, Dr. JayantaDas, to present the concept note.
Dr. Das is an esteemed assistant professor and the head of the Department of Geography at Rampurhat College. His leadership and scholarly contributions have been pivotal in bringing this seminar to life. We are honored to have his guidance in exploring new dimensions of geographical research. Sir, we cordially invite you to take the stage and share the concept note for this seminar. Please join me in welcoming Dr. Das with a round of applause.
Good morning. Good morning, esteemed guests, distinguished delegates, my colleagues, fellow researchers, and dear participants. It is a great honor to welcome each of you to the second international seminar on innovative approaches in geographical research, exploring new dimensions for sustainable development goals. Organized by the Department of Geography, Rampurhat College, in collaboration with Internal Quality Assurance Cell, IQAC, Rampurhat College. This seminar is a special event as a part of 75-year celebration of Rampurhat College. This seminar is supported by Ministry of Earth Science, Government of India, Science and Engineering Research Board, Indian Council and Social Science Research, and Eastern Coalfield Council, Eastern Coalfield Council of Scientific and Industrial Research, and co-sponsored by Central Bank of India, Rampurhat New Town, and many others. Their conscious support shows the importance of our gathering and the critical role that geography plays in understanding and addressing the pressing challenge of our time. The theme of this seminar, Innovative Approaches in Geographical Research, Exploring New Dimensions for Sustainable Development Goals, speaks to our commitment to advancing geography as a vital tool for sustainable development. The United Nations Sustainable Development Goals have set forth an ambitious agenda to address global challenges by 2030, and India's own initiative, Viksit Bharat at the rate of 2047, envision a developed and sustainable nation in the coming decades. This conference provides a timely platform for examining how geographical research can actively contribute to this goal, not only by deepening our understanding, also by physical and human landscape, but by offering solutions that drive the positive changes. Geography, as many of us here recognize, is uniquely equipped to bridge the natural and social sciences. It enables us to study the interactions between people and environment, urban and rural spaces, and resource uses and sustainability. Through geography, we gain critical insight into the spatial dimension of issues like climate change, urbanization, biodiversity conservation, disaster risk management, and resource distribution. This insight informs policies and practice address the needs of our planet and its inhabitants, ensuring a balance between economic growth, environmental health, and social well-being. This year's seminar brings together an impressive response with more than 250 research papers, 22 posters, 14 models, and 10 NGOs represented here. The depth and breadth of participants reflect the growing in geography's potential to address the sustainability challenges. Our program has been designed to maximize interaction with keynote session, plenary session, lead lecture, technical session, and workshop covering the cutting-edge methodologies in geography. Additionally, our pre- and post-seminar workshop focuses on the application of machine learning and AI mapping using Google Earth Engine and GIS-based hazard modeling using analytical network process, respectively. These sessions are intended to empower participants with the skill to apply new technologies to their research, ensuring our field remains relevant in a rapidly evolving world. We are particularly excited about our session titled Bridging Academia and NGOs, Collaborative Pathway for Sustainable Development. This initiative acknowledges that the meaningful progress requires collaboration between academic institutions and organizations working directly in communities. Such partnership enables us to translate theoretical research into practical, impactful solutions that address the real-world needs from local environmental protection to urban planning, resource management, and resilience building. Beyond the academic discourse, we have also dedicated a segment of our program to celebrate Bengal's vibrant cultural heritage with Rangamati Tane. This unique addition to this seminar reflects our belief that pursued knowledge is enhanced by the appreciation of the cultural context that shape our world views and enrich our collective identity. In line with our commitment to disseminating valuable research, selected work presented at this seminar will be published across prestigious platforms. We are pleased to announce that selected paper will be considered for Spinzer proceeding in geography and sustainability, a special issue in Dyson Applied Science, an edited book from Spinzer Nature focusing on geography and sustainability. These publication opportunities ensure that the insight, analyze, and innovative approaches shared here will reach a global audience, furthering the impact of this seminar on academic and professional communities. As we embark on this journey together over the next 2 days, I encourage all of you to engage fully, question deeply, and share openly. Let us harness the collective expertise and enthusiasm in this room to push the boundaries of geographical research, and in doing so, contribute meaningfully to sustainable development goals that affect our world, our nation, and our communities. In closing, I extend my heartfelt gratitude to the organizing committee, especially for Dr. Ashish Banerjee, Chief Patron of this seminar, and Patron Dr. Pupal Kumar Sinha, Chairperson Dr. Buddhadev Mukherjee, and Organizing Secretary Ashraful Alam, and our sponsor and all participants for their tireless and dedication and enthusiasm. I'd also like to express my sincere thanks to all resource persons for their active participation, insightful contribution, and commitment to advancing geographical research. I am confident that the insight and collaboration generated here will inspire future research, influence policy, and drive sustainable change. Thank you all for being here. I look forward to a successful and enriching seminar. Thank you so much.
Thank you, sir, for eloquently outlining the vision and objectives of this seminar. Your insights have beautifully highlighted the relevance of geographical research in addressing the Sustainable Development Goals.
We are honored to have with us Dr. Prithvish Nag, former Surveyor General of India and a stalwart in geographical research and mapping. Sir, we invite you to deliver your special address. Please join me in welcoming Dr. Prithvish Nag with a warm round of applause.
Good morning. Good morning from Varanasi. Friends, I am delighted to be here on a very auspicious occasion. Again, good morning from Varanasi. Friends, I am delighted to be here on a very auspicious occasion when this institution is celebrating its 75th year of its existence. Professor Milab Sharma, Shri Buddha Mukherjee, Dr.JayantaDas, Professor A.R. Siddiqui, Professor Jana, Shri Saful Alam, friends and colleagues from India and abroad. This is the second time I am here with you all. Last time also I attended this event, and I am again coming here and seeing a lot of changes. Friends, Sustainable Development Goals has been associated with several issues related to societal and economic development. Its 17 goals are meant to transform the whole world. Please note, the whole world is to be transformed. They are to be integrated. They recognize that the action in one area will affect the outcome of the others, and that the development must balance social, economic, and environmental sustainability. At the heart of 2030 agenda, there are 5 critical dimensions for us, which are popularly known as 5 Ps, which are people, prosperity, planet, partnership, and peace. The 6 major goals of sustainability are as follows: end of poverty in all its forms. Very important that poverty should be ended, whatever way it is. Zero hunger. Nobody should be left hungry. Health, education, gender equality, and women empowerment. Water and sanitation. In order to implement the above agenda and goals, geospatial technology has been considered imperative. In September 2015, the member states adopted 2030 Agenda for Sustainable Development with an overarching principle that no one should be left behind. It's very important, everybody should be in the fold of these 17 agenda items. Further, data which is high quality please note that the data which is high quality, accessible, timely, reliable, and disaggregated by income, sex, age, race, ethnicity, migration status, disability, and geographical location, and other characteristics relevant to the relevance in the national context is called for implementation at all levels. The 2030 agenda and its 17 SDGs are highly dependent on geospatial information. This is where we come in, and what Jayanta was mentioning. And enabling technologies as the primary data and tools for relating people to their location and place, and to measure where progress is or is not being made, particularly at disaggregated subnational and local levels. In this respect, the agenda, particularly at the disaggregated national and local level, is to be considered by the geographers. In this respect, the agenda specifically demands the need for new data acquisition. That's where we come in, where geographers come in. And integrated approaches, including to exploit the contribution to be made by geospatial information and earth observation to support the implementation of SDGs, target, and global indicators. Friends, 2 years earlier, in the month of October, we had a very big United Nations conference in Hyderabad. And the issue was to find out that how geospatial technology can help in the implementation of SDGs. Its reports are there. In my lecture, I will be talking about all these things. Today, as of today, SDGs and geospatial technology, this is being discussed in Delhi, again in a United Nations conference for Asia and Pacific, organized by SERB of India. This is going on in Delhi. Friends, then what is our role? A conference like this, what we can do, what is our role? I would like to mention, and I'd like to suggest, I'd like to see that any research work, PhD, should also include which SDGs this topic is hitting to, which are out of the 17 and the sub-classification, which classification or which indicator can be accepted for that particular region, particular study. And that should be a part of the PhD research or any research work which is expected and which is perhaps the role of geographers in doing so. Friends, I will be talking about it later as well. The role of geospatial information in the form of conventional data, in the form of remote sensing, has been considered important. And perhaps you are aware that this whole SDG activities is under the United Nations DESA program, which is of statistics. So statisticians have understood the importance of the geospatial data in implementation of SDGs. Hence, to make the implementation successful of SDGs, the parameters which I just discussed, there is a very important role for us. It may be at local level like this, or national level or regional level, but we have a role. That role is to be asserted not only by talking, but contributing, doing research, and to show that this is the possible role where a geographer can do certain things. Thank you very much for inviting me and to hear about the possible scope of SDGs and also the possible role of geographers. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir, for your inspiring words and valuable insights. Please, let's have another warm round of applause for Sir, please. Please. It is our privilege to welcome Professor Milap Chand Sharma, Professor at the Center for Study of Regional Development, Jawaharlal Nehru University. Sir, we kindly invite you to deliver your special speech. Please join us welcoming Professor Milap Chand Sharma.
Good morning, namaskar, and thank you for inviting me. I would greet DAS first, my friends, my colleagues, students. Today I'm going to talk about certain things that we have been doing over the years. And it is not just one person's contribution, it is a contribution of a team. It is a contribution of collaborations, and it is a contribution of the nation who believed in us that we will deliver something. Can we have this? So today I'm going to speak on an area which is very important for us as a nation in terms of its need for tomorrow, because it is dependent on, if you look at our part of India, it's the water, which is more important for us. So this waters, whatever we get here in the northern part of India, is from these mountains. So I'm going to talk about importance of landforms in putting together that part of water which comes here, what is happening to this, and how we are modeling it using state-of-art techniques to build how much of water reserve is there and what would be the future for tomorrow. Can we have the next one, please? So the first and foremost okay, this is a spatial node. Okay, okay, that would be next. Okay, I'm sorry. I thought this was the keynote, but I would just stop it here. So my work has been work of, as I said, the team, which has contributed immensely. When I talk of team, I have one of the oldest students of ours who was with me measuring all these changes in the field. And these changes now we are telling and interpreting with villagers, in association with the villagers, how this is going to affect them for the future in case there are changes. So I think this is important for us to club together the public at the ground zero level and plan how the changes at the grassroots level, at the smallest unit level, are going to affect them for the future. So this is something that I would be talking about, but then yes, some innovative concept that we have brought in, not just the geospatial, but also some of the geophysical component that we have integrated in geography. That is what I'm going to talk about. And my greetings for 75th year of existence, because you are older than where I'm from, the institution, and my wishes for a very successful conference. Thank you.
Thank you, sir, for your inspiring and thought-provoking address. Now I would like to invite our guest of honor from ECL, Dr. Bhaskar Bhattacharya, to kindly share a few words with us. Sir, please take the stage.
Good morning, everybody. Distinguished guests sitting in the dais and in the audience seat, ladies and gentlemen. I am from ECL. I am working as a general manager in ECL. Actually, ECL is a mining company, you know, as you know. So this very key word of today, that is the sustainability. Without sustainability, there is no mining. You can do mining without taking the responsibility of, that means you can do mining, you are endangering the geography, the economy, the sociology, every aspect you are damaging. So you should have that commitment of that sustainable development, that along with the mining, after cessation of the mining, there should be something that it will be brought back to the original condition, as well as the ecosystem as well as economic systems runs in a developmental mode. Number one. Number two, today is the buzzword in, as we have heard in COP21, COP26 and after that we have to attain net zero by 1970. That means not emission is zero, whatever emission is there, we have to absorb that. So that is also a part of sustainable learning. If we allow going on pollution, then ultimately it will end in a fiasco. And number three, geology, geography, mining, all are interrelated, very much interrelated. One cannot go without the other. That is the coordinate system in geography. Earlier in the coordinate system in geography it was followed, survey system it was followed, just local coordinate system, and now we have WGS 84 system to resolve all the ambiguity. There are a lot of court cases with these coordinate systems. There is overlap, there is gap, and now this has been amicably settled in the court with this system. So hope this type of occasion can be arranged very frequently to disseminate the ideas of different persons from academics and from institutions, from industry, and a lot of thanks to Rampurhat College for arranging this sort of occasions, and I hope that in future they will arrange this sort of program so that the different ideas can come, and in the end of today's session a lot of ideas will be generated, and that will give a very good message to the society at large. Thank you.
Thank you, sir, for sharing your thoughts with us. Now we will move on to the next stage of our program. Swati, over to you.
Now we move to the floral reception ceremony to honor our distinguished guest. Each of our dignitaries has greatly contributed to their respective fields, and we are privileged to welcome them here today. We will now invite our guests one by one to come forward and receive a floral tribute as a token of our gratitude and respect.
At first, may I invite Professor Meen Bahadur Podhyal Chetri, Executive Director, Nepal Center for Disaster Management, Kathmandu, Nepal, to step forward and receive the floral tribute from our students. Next, I call upon Professor Mujibur Rahman, Department of Environmental Sciences, Khulna University, Bangladesh. Welcome, sir. I now invite Professor Guru Prasad Chattopadhyay, retired professor, Department of Geography, Vishwabharati, West Bengal, for the floral reception. Please assist, sir. Sir is coming. Please assist him. I now invite Professor Malay Mukhopadhyay, retired professor, Department of Geography, Vishwabharati, West Bengal, to accept the bouquet. Dear students, please help our guests to come on stage. Next, I invite Professor Devendra Kumar Nayak, Department of Geography, Northeastern Hill University, Meghalaya, for the floral tribute. May I now call upon Professor Sunil Kumar De, Department of Geography, Northeastern Hill University, Meghalaya, to please come forward. I invite Professor Shunanda Bandyopadhyay, Department of Geography, University of Calcutta, West Bengal, to kindly accept the bouquet. I now invite Dr. Shudip Kumar Bhattacharya, Retired Associate Professor, University of North Bengal, for the floral reception. Please assist our guests, dear students. I now call upon Professor Mamata Desai, Fellow NIAS and Retired Professor, to please come forward to receive the tribute. Please help, ma'am. Please help, ma'am. Next, I invite Professor Narayan Chandra Jana, Department of Geography, the University of Burdwan, for the floral reception. May I now request Professor Ajizur Rahman Siddiqui, Department of Geography, University of Allahabad, to kindly come forward to receive the reception. I now invite Professor Ranjan Roy, Department of Geography and Applied Geography, University of North Bengal, for the floral reception. Let us now welcome Professor Bornali Gogoi, Department of Geography, Cotton University, Assam, to accept the bouquet. I now invite Professor Shanat Kumar Guchait, Department of Geography, the University of Burdwan, West Bengal, for the floral tribute. I now invite Dr. A.S. Senthil Vadivel, former Deputy Director General GSI, to receive the floral presentation. May I invite Professor Kollan Dash, Department of Geography, Cotton University, Assam, to kindly come forward to receive the reception. Please welcome Professor Sohail Firdaus, Department of Geography, Sikkim University, to accept the floral tribute. I now invite Professor Biplab Vishal, Department of Geography, the University of Burdwan, to step forward and accept the floral tribute. I would request Professor Nilanjan Das Chatterjee, Department of Geography, Vidyasagar University, to receive the bouquet. I would like to invite Professor A.K.M. Anwarajuman, Department of Geography, Alia University, for the floral reception. Next, we would like to welcome Professor Pradeep Chauhan, Department of Geography, University of Gurbangal, West Bengal. I would like to call upon Professor Sujit Mondal, Department of Geography, Diamond Harbour Women's University, to accept the floral tribute. I would like to invite Professor Nomita Chakma, Department of Geography, the University of Burdwan, for the floral reception. I now
request Professor Vishwaranjan Mistry, Department of Geography, the University of Burdwan, to accept the bouquet. We would like to welcome Professor P.L. Bosu Roy, Department of Geography, Coach Bihar Panchanan Borman University, for the floral tribute. I would like to invite Professor Shashanko Kumar Gain, Department of Geography, Coach Bihar Panchanan Borman University, to step forward and receive the floral tribute. I would like to call upon Professor Shuman Paul, Department of Geography, Shidho Kano Bisha University, West Bengal. Next, I would like to invite Professor Prototi Vishwas, Department of Geography, Mizoram University, Mizoram, to accept the floral presentation. We would like to welcome Dr. Najrul Islam, Associate Professor, Coach Bihar Panchanan Borma University, for the floral tribute. I would like to call upon Dr. Snemshis Shaha, Department of Geography and Applied Geography, University of North Bengal, to step forward and receive the floral tribute. I would like to invite Dr. Sujoy Bandopadhyay, Department of Geography, Kazi Nazrul University, for the floral presentation. I would like to invite Dr. Ajnarul Islam, Department of Geography, Alia University, to receive the floral reception, to receive the floral tribute. I would like to invite Dr. Taposh Mistry, Department of Geography, the University of Burdwan, for the tribute. I would like to call upon Dr. Indrajit Roy Chaudhuri, Department of Geography and Applied Geography, University of North Bengal, to step forward and receive the floral tribute. Please welcome Dr. Arijit Majumdar, Department of Geography, Jadavpur University, for the floral reception. I would like to invite Dr. Vishwajit Bera, Department of Geography, Shidho Kano Bisha University, for the tribute. I would like to welcome Dr. Shomashi Sengupta, Department of Geography, the University of Burdwan, for the floral reception. I would like to call upon Sri Amiyo Kalidaho, Scientist DSTBT, for the floral tribute. I would like to call upon Dr. Uday Chatterjee, Department of Geography, Bhattar College, Dhantan, West Bengal, for the tribute. Lastly, I would like to call upon Mr. Anis Ahmed, a social reformer, and he is a well-known figure at Rampurhat for bringing out the concept of new town in Rampurhat. the dignitaries, distinguished guests and dignitaries for your precious presence. Let us give them all a big round of applause. We couldn't hear the round of applause from here. Can we have a bigger round of applause, please? Now we have come to a very special moment in today's program, the unveiling of the abstract volume for this seminar. This volume represents the collective intellectual effort of researchers and scholars highlighting their innovative approaches to geographical research. The unveiling of the abstract volume symbolizes the opening of new horizons in academic discussion. Thanks to all our guests and thanks to all the dignitaries for unveiling this abstract volume, which marks the official beginning of the seminar today. A round of applause once again, please. Thank you, all the dignitaries and guests. Now, ladies and gentlemen, we now move to one of the most anticipated segments of today's program, the keynote address. This session will explore the topic, importance of landforms in assessing climatic parameters for modeling a sustainable future. To chair this session, we are honored to have Professor Sunil Kumar De from the Department of Geography, Northeastern Hill University, Meghalaya, India. Professor De is a renowned scholar and a guiding force in geographical research. Over to sir.
এই ভাঙাটাই পাল্টে নিচ্ছি নাম আমি বসছি প্রোগ্রামটা পর
Good morning, everybody. This is the keynote lecture session, and the keynote lecture will be delivered by Professor Milabchand Sharma from GNU. Before starting the lecture, I will give a brief data of Professor Milabchand Sharma. He did his master's and MPhil from Jawaharlal Nehru University, New Delhi. And after that, he did his PhD from the Royal Holloway University of London. And the title of his PhD thesis was Quaternary History and Landscape Evolution of Northwest Garhwal, Central Himalaya, India. After coming back to India, after doing his PhD, he joined as an assistant professor in a college in Himachal Pradesh as lecturer in geography. And after that he joined as the associate professor and then now become professor in 2009 in Jawaharlal Nehru University. Since 1998, he is in Jawaharlal Nehru University in different capacities. His research interest belongs to chronostratigraphic reconstruction of quaternary environments in alpine areas, geomorphological hazard assessment and evaluation in mountain environment. And I am glad to know that his field area extends from northwestern part of Himalaya to the eastern part of Himalaya. He has completed 10 sponsored research projects by DSD, SAC, ISRO and many other organizations. By this time, about 15 research scholars have got their PhD degree under his supervision and 8 research scholars are working under him. He has received National Senior Research Fellowship in 1984-88, National Overseas Research Fellowship Government of India in 1991-94, National Environment Research Council Award in UK, Field Grant to Study Landscape Modification in Garhwal Earthquake 1991, then Baden Württemberg Visiting Fellow University of Heidelberg, Germany, Erasmus Visiting Fellow University of Salzburg. He has more than 70 peer-reviewed research publications and more than 1500 citations. So I am honored to invite Professor Milabh Sharma to give his keynote address in this August gathering. Thank you very much, Professor Sharma. It is up to you.
Namaskar once more. So this is something which I have put together. Today's talk is something that I have put together as the work which has been completed, and we intend to do some more work, which will possibly I'll show you where exactly what we want to do. Can we have the slide, please? So, considering my specialization is I work in areas where landform is more important for us. So for every human being looking at landform, or geographer looking at a piece of land is the first step of research. So I would like to bring in the genetic evolution of these landforms, and through genetic evolution we will try to also understand how climate parameters can be extracted from these. So, if you allow me to do, as I said, first unit that we address in geography is land, whereas I'm going to talk in terms of landforms, how it forms, how it formed. Genetic evolution we talked about. Reconstruct the chronology of these landforms, how over time with climatic movement these have come about, and what we see, what techniques are we using. In geography we are using extensive number of, many number of things, but then the ones which we have used where we are confident that we are reaching a conclusion to explain what parameters were there. And the parental tag, as when we say that genetic evolution, we have to look at which process, under which magnitude, under which condition these are formed. So magnitude is important for us because in some of the cases where climatic parameters the magnitude is also increasing and decreasing. Both are affecting the humanity. Preservation potential. Preservation potential of landforms or piece of land in the geological time period that we talk about. In a very short period, you can see the changes taking place. So these changes we have to capture in order to quantify the possibility, the potential for the disasters or potential for sustainability of the humanity. So the realities are from the field. So these are the areas where we went as a team, we collected, we measured. We measured initially from geospatial databases, then we went to the field. So physical surveys, geophysical surveys, we collected the samples and then processed it. I'll show you how we went about and what we have ultimately got out of this. The relationship that we have tried to build across half a million years, how these climatic parameters have changed over half a million years, whether they are consistent with what is being observed today, or is it something which has just come about in the nature. So we will try to look at that. And also what we need to look at is the limitations. There are certain limitations. So what are those limitations? I'll talk about this. So this is the area that we have addressed from Karakoram, Nubra to eastern Garhwal, that is Kumaon, Sikkim. We intend now Arunachal. So Arunachal possibly by April 2025 we will start working there in Arunachal. So this was the area. As I said, potential of landform preservation is very, very limited. So here we have this photograph is of 2008. 2008. If you look at 2008. Within 10 years, what you see is whatever existed here is gone. So, any pointer? Do you have any pointer? Because this is not reflecting. No, you don't have. Okay. So frontal areas, you can see the stream. You can see this now. This is 2008. So by 2017, it was gone. So it can change very fast and it can lead to disasters. And also, when we try to reconstruct the paleorecords, this has the limitation. So very fast changes. This is not the slope changes. This is because of the graph which has changed. This is in front of Gomuk that it has changed. Now, here if you look at the typical glacial landform, the U shape. But U shape is gone because the permafrost and frost shattering has brought in sediments from the side. So glacier was there, but when was it? We will try to work out when was this large glacier in this area. But today we have nothing except for a few erratics in front of the in the frontal area. If you look at, and also because of the changes that are taking place because of temperature which is changing, which is increasing, most of the glaciers are leading to resedimentation of the glacial sediments. Paraglacial processes have become very, very important. So the frontal areas, the villages, the rivers are blocked. If you remember this Chamoli incident, 2 years ago, in February, this was similar to this. So all slope failure leading to blockade of the river and subsequently mobilizing the entire sediments, creating large-scale disasters downstream. So these failures are very common, but these are the paleo failures. This is soon after the major glacier became smaller. All the slopes started failing because of the pressure release. So pressure release has also helped in destroying the previous records, landform records. Now, as a student, I used to read about parallel roads of Glenroy, that is in Scotland, where the glacial reconstruction was done. But we have parallel roads of Chechen. This is Nobra. So on the sides, if you look at, this is not really working somehow. So what is happening is we have this mark up there, but this mark extends up to a place called Hundar. So, and this in return, glacier is gone. Siachen is 27 kilometers now. Oh, thank you. So if you look at, this mark.
Okay, it's visible.
This is difficult. Yeah, I can't see. Yeah. So from here, if you look at these, broken lines, this is the limit of glacier at one point of time. So CH is 27 kilometers, was another 100 kilometers longer. So this we wanted to look at where it ended. Are we, we wanted to make it sure that whatever we see, we were confident that these were glacial. We looked at the sediments, the best micro textural analysis that you can do. And in most of the universities you have this facility of SCM. You just take the samples, clean it and see whether these are glacial or non-glacial. So we have the glacial here, but at the same time we had, these glacial sediments have been relocated, reworked and brought into these areas through aeolian processes. So Hundar is open area. This entire sand deposit is from Siachen Glacier, which has come down. So we wanted to see whether we were correct in terms of our analysis. Yes, we were correct because these have been brought in from a distance. So rolling results into rounding of the sediments. So these sediments further we used for determining its ages also. So once we determined that this had come, these had developed, so we had the inventory of landforms, how long it comes to, where it ends. But this one is a very small Holocene extent. This is very small really, so we will talk about smaller Holocene. So geographers, in fact, arm that we have the strongest AK-47 or 203, AK-203 is mapping. So once you have mapping in the field, you can have the maps built through satellite images also, but when you go to the field, you can pick up each of the signatures of evolution, where it was ice contact or it was further from ice, it was progression. So these can be easily done in the field. So samples we collected to look at what are the ages of these events, when it happened. But what we were looking at is the sediments which were glacial in origin, derived from the glaciers, but left behind as paleolandforms. And these are the areas where we picked up and how can we have left? Okay, these are the sampling sites, yes. How does this, next? So how does this work? So, many of my students, former students are here. They have seen how we used to collect these samples. So we bring these samples in a dark tube, and then chrome conditions. We give, we agitate these samples which have the radiation, and agitation leads to extraction of the total amount of radiation it has. and if you divide annual dose rate to total amount of radiation it has, you have the ages in front of you. So easy to compute, easy to calculate, but it takes a little bit of time really to be very careful. But these are all nano, micro, micron size, 90 to 150. You crush it, you sieve it, and then agitate to get the total amount of radiation present divided by the annual dose rate. So you have the ages. So easy going, most of the geographers are using, and this can give up to 500,000 years. So 500,000 years you can get, but the confidence is in quartz doing a confidence 100,000 years. Whereas when it comes to feldspar, it can go up to 500,000 years. These are easily available all over India. You have the facilities now. Next one, please. So agitation and glow, how much it glows. So saturation point is the end. So you have the age which is there. So next one, please. So we got the ages starting from 1,000 years. If you look at 1.25 kilo years, up to 67,000 years. So that is the range that we built up in terms of locations of the sediments. So furthest 67,000, 62,000 is the one when the glacier became very large. Whether it was Gangotri, whether it was Siachen, whether it was Chandrabhaga glacier. So this is worked out as something 60,000 plus years when we had large Himalayan glaciers covering all the higher valleys of the Himalayas. Next one. So it's simple. If you have this, if you have to look at the chronostratigraphy, so bottommost glacier has deposited first, and then we have 4.3, 4.4, 4.3 kilo years, so 4,300, 4,400, and 60,000. So this you can build in terms of degradation of sediments through glaciers. These are exposed now. This is close to Gangotri. Next one, please. So in some areas, we use thick lacustrine sediments. So these must have been the glacial lakes at one point of time. These have breached. So they must have led to a large amount of destruction downstream, but then humanity was not there, possibly population was not there. So this is dated as, next one please. This is dated 37, 35,000. So 35,000 years ago, I don't think there were many people living in Gangotri area or Garhwal area or in Chandrabhaga area or in Ladakh area. Next one please. And once you are in the field, it's very easy to take the data. So you can have the large database created. As I said, geomorphological mapping, you pick up the samples, you look at microstructure, you can have these IR thermometers to look at the temperature of, this is on ice, but you can also measure the temperature characteristics on the boulders also. So boulder, whether it is, the aspect wise you can take, and then you can work out the weathering characteristics also. So at micro level in the field, you can try to look at. Next one, please. Some of these boulders, as we say, were thrown by God at one point of time. These showered from the heavens at one point of time? No. These were not showered, as we know now. This was brought in by the glacier. So look at the size of this. Glacier is no longer there. So we try to look at, this is the technique which has come up in India. IUAC is using, which is a part of UGC, called exposure ages. When did glacier leave this behind? So you take the thin section on top of this and analyze the total amount of, yes, next one please. Total amount of atoms that it has created, which are not found on the Earth, but then interaction. Once it is exposed to the sunshine, once it is exposed to the skyline, you have new isotopes developing. So these two isotopes are beryllium 26 and aluminum 10. 10 beryllium and 26 aluminum, sorry. Possibly from the typological mistakes. But then these are available. You can get the precise age of when the glaciers melted. So earlier one was when the glacier expanded, put the sediments in, and this is when the glaciers melted and how long these erratics have been exposed to the sunshine. Next one, please. So some of these, many of you must have gone to Gangotri, because Bengal is, you go to Kedarnath, you go to Gangotri, Yamunotri, and many of you must have gone to. How many of you have been to Gangotri? Gomukh? One? Yes? Many. So this is, this is the lower one, sir, is at Bhujbas. Glacier was at Bhujbas 440 plus minus, I put 40 years ago, up to Bhujbas. So from Bhujbas to present day, Gomukh, it has taken 400 long years to become smaller, to recede to present. So that is roughly about 3 kilometers straight line that you take. So the upper one is a Tapovan. So Tapovan was also having large, thick ice. Now it has gone down, but 1500 years ago, ice was much thicker. So you can reconstruct how much ice was there. That means temperature must have been 2 degrees lower. Annual temperature must have been 2 degrees lower when it reached Bhujbas or thick at Tapovan. Next one, please. So these are the erratics. You can think of the size of this erratic. And the size, you can imagine that the glacier must have been very large to have brought it down. But then you have to get the ages. We got the ages for this. Again, 35,000, 37,000 is concentration. Next one, please. So Tapovan, we have talked about 1,500 years ago. It is becoming smaller. So this process of glaciers becoming smaller is not recent. People say, oh, last 50 years or so. We talk after independence, but this is much before independence and before, even before British came. 1500 years ago, it has started becoming smaller. So, continuing, therefore, if you remember, I said, we need to see whether these have been happening in the past. If it is happening, what was the magnitude? Magnitude is there with the size of the erratics. Next one, please. Some of these are geoheritage sites. In India, we do not have pavements. Sir is there. Sir, have you seen pavements anywhere? You have been to the Himalayas, you have been to glacial areas. This is the only pavement that is there. So construction is now being done. Hydropower station is coming up. Soon you will have hydropower. So these are very typical, 3,500, 3,700. So this event is related to Tapovan Lake breaching. So this Tapovan Lake breach could remove all the sediments and leave behind this pavement, which was once glacial pavement. Okay. So this was full of sediments. And the upper one is the recessional moraines, which are related to 35,000 Ka, 37,000 Ka. Next one, please. Now, what I saw as Gangotri thinning down, thinning very fast. This is 1991, Louis in front of me, he was walking. And if you show the next one, please, this is all gone. So, glacier is shrinking like this. So half a meter, 40 centimeters to half a meter, every year glacier is thinning down. So what would happen finally is, it goes back. So recession becomes very fast once glacier goes. So this is a trend which is all across the Himalayas except for Karakoram. Karakoram, the story is different. Next one. So we got the ages. This is all exposure ages that we have here in red, 200 years to 3.7 years, 3,700 years. 220 years also, we wanted to look at the accuracy of the technique. So we have the photograph of 1889 by Griswetch of the position where we had taken the sample. And if you look at plus minus 40, so it comes very close to the real-time period of reworking through the techniques. So some of these techniques are really good. The changes you can look at, the mass balance you can work out from the geospatial products, from the satellite imageries, but you need to be in the field to work out that this landform relates to what. Next one, please. You can create, you can put all these edges, as I put the edges up there, so you can give the sequence of landform evolution and also genetic classification of all these landforms you can have on the other side, which normally we do. Next one, please. If you look at from present to the past, comes to 60,000 years of history you can build, but in between it's fragmentary again. Landforms are missing, landforms are all eroded, so in between you have to guess what it was like through those parallel roads I showed, the trim lines that you can reconstruct. Next one. Sometimes the nature has its wonderful way of creating the creation of landforms. If you look at India here, this is India with Bangladesh and Pakistan, the big size India of nature. So this is created on the glacial deposits, all eroded, but carved in a fashion that India is now. Next one, please. We have got the ages for this. Ages for this as 85,000 years. So this was 85,000 years massive glaciation which covered Chandrabhaga, terminated at 3,000 meters. But right now it terminates at 4,200, 4,300 meters. So large scale of changes in ELA. Next one. For Gangotri, 67 to 65, 67 to present day. Next one. So you can create all these. Next one, please. This is Holocene. This is just 10,000, which we should address. In fact, 65,000 has no meaning for us. But last 10,000, 8,000 years, the previous one, from 8,000 years to present day, this is what is happening. So we are losing the fresh ice reserves very fast. In 8,000 years, you can think of the amount that we have lost. So if the trend continues, we will lose possibly most of the ice, but it will still remain. Next one, please. Some of these fossil landforms, when we first communicated a paper on drumlins in the Himalaya, it was rejected. So the experts, who were reviewing, they said Himalayas can never have the drumlins. But if you look at this typical area, what is happening here is the valley is opening up, so glacier expanded, and when it retreated, it left behind. So we had to communicate later on saying streamline landforms rather than using drumlins. Next one, please. I would like to finish very soon. Modern techniques you can have, but it has no meaning when you go and take your total station and map the snow, because snow changes after 6 months. It can collapse. Next year you go, you will see a different snout altogether. So we tried this, looking at capacities, the potentials. Next one, please. GPR, this is again easy, ground penetrating radar on ice. Ice thickness every year if you take, you can work out how much you are losing. As I said, glaciological methods we used, I'll show you. In glaciological methods, we were losing almost 40 to 50 centimeters of ice every year. But this is doing repeat on the glacier is very difficult. Next one. So if you look at Gangotri, Gangotri still has 125 meters of ice in the frontal area. So if you go up towards the accumulation area, you will have 300 plus meters of ice. So it's not threatening, but we are losing ice at a very fast rate of 40 to 50 centimeters a year. Next one, please. Permafrost is changing very fast. And once you lose permafrost, Ladakh, Spiti, Trans-Himalayan areas will have large-scale problems because they are dependent on very small amount of ice they have for meltwater, and once it changes, it is causing disasters also. I'll show you. Next one. Yes. This thermocast, these are very typical of Trans-Himalaya. This is in Ladakh area. This is changing. The ice is melting very fast if you look at permafrost. Next one. The historical, the geological historical wedges we have. So you date this, you get when this process was active. So this is in Spiti. So if you date it, it will come something like 35,000, 40,000. So processes have continued in the past also. Next one. As I said, changes in permafrost is leading to disasters. One of the disasters which we had witnessed is Chamoli, but here also if you look at the temperature changes, the ice goes and mountains are collapsing, leading to secondary possibility of breach through these lakes once they breach. Next one please. But you can have millions of years of degradation. So this is in Ladakh, but here if you see, there is no changes. Beautiful, rhythmic stratification. So in some areas you can have pure landforms of millions of years old, but in most of the other areas it is all changed. It has all been destroyed, disturbed. Next one. Categorizing glaciers, we can do that. Next one, this we can do using geospatial technology. Next one. We check the changes as I talked about, so we can skip this. Changes, frontal changes we are looking at. Glaciological mass balance we need to look at. Once you put the stakes in, you take nice DGPS locations. Next year you go, you see ice being lost. Next one. And also black carbon. These instruments are very handy, very small instrument you can take to the glacier and see black carbon, whether industrial black carbon is reaching these glaciers, leading to the melt or not. Very little is reaching the glaciers. Next one please. Glaciological mass balance, head drill, not possible. You go in for thermal drill. Next one. Thermal drill, you have these stakes here. And I'll show you this. This is 12 feet long stakes. All these stakes are gone. We had put this in, all gone. That means ice being lost vertically. Next one. The star you can see, the previous one please. You can see the distance between my team and that boulder. And next. And this is after 5 years. So you are losing the frontal area, you are losing the thickness also. It's more a threatening process that is taking place. Next one. Okay, this is the stake that we took, bamboos, and this is all gone now. Next one. GPR, yes, we have looked at. This is on the glacier, accumulation and ablation areas. And differentiation of ice crystals can also be done using high frequency. Next one. Repeat photography has become a science. Many people repeat photography for scientific literature, for scientific understanding. 1859 and bottom is 2016 from the same place. If you see, it's gone. It's all gone. 1866, 1991. So we have 1917 also. It's all gone. So repeat photography can be used to reconstruct how much is being lost in the recent years or 150 years that we have the photograph of. Next one. Yes, next one. This we have looked at. Vertical thinning here, if you look at again 1866 in 2016, it's all gone. Same place. It's all gone. So this process has been there for 150 years. Nothing to do with our industrial revolution. Next one. Diganto is there 2001 and 2016 from the same place. 1991, 2006 from the same place. You can make out from this, you can calculate, you can put this on the satellite imageries and then measure how much is lost. Next one. Some glaciers are not receding. We do not have any explanation for that. Next one. Satellite imagery, geospatial techniques, data you can use. Next one, 150 years, again, you know, whatever visible we have tried to look at. Next one, the real contribution that we can work out volumetric changes, how much of ice we have lost, how much of ice of the Himalayas being lost is being reflected in the sea level rise. That has to be looked at. Sea level rise we didn't see, but this can be reconstructed. You can have the volume lost in 8,000 years. This is 8,000 years. Similarly, we looked at the radiocarbon in human migration also. So that is also one area where we can work in Sikkim, in the higher areas. In Sikkim, you can look at you know, migration using all organic stuff. Next one. And this is where I would like to end. This is yellow ones at the bottom are the villages, agriculture fields. Glacier is changing. The glacial lake is going to burst one day, and this will get affected. This is within the watershed, but you think of area, you know, in the frontal areas. If the big reservoirs that we have also breach, what is going to happen? If Tehri breaches someday, what is going to be the consequence? Have we looked at? No, nobody has, because we are into development. Next one. So specifying time across, we correlated across the Himalaya, and across the Himalaya from west to east, there is similarity in terms of climate change signatures. The thicknesses of ice in some areas were larger because monsoon was also contributing, westerlies were also contributing. Next one. This is something that we need to look at. This is two climate cycles that we have, westerlies and monsoons. Do we have the third one also? Maybe. Maybe something that one has to look at, how we need to look at. So you can correlate all your ages with the oxygen isotope to have global perspective of timings. In our case, we found that region is more important than the global climate change. So in the region, we have a different climatic signature as compared to rest of the world. And this is to thank you and thank my team. Some of my students are here. I've been going to the glacier with them. 2000 I started going with them. 6, 7 of them, they are here as professors now. Thanks to you also. Because of you I could do it. Because of you I could go there. And I would like to thank the funding bodies also, and all of you for inviting me to this place. Thank you very much. I'm open to all kind of questions for verifications because I've used your tax-paid money for my research. So I'm accountable. Thank you.
Okay, thank you Professor Milapchand Sharma for a beautiful lecture on the assessment of climate through landform assessment. We usually do in the reverse way, that how climate is changing and how topographies are being changed. But this is a beautiful task since 1960s when these dating techniques have been evolved. Then we can do also this reverse activities, this how landforms are changed, and from there we collect the samples and test in the laboratory for dating, different types of dating techniques, and we analyze accordingly. A landform is a long-term landform, or evolution is a long-term process. Throughout geological periods, it had formed, again it was covered, then again it is eroded by different types of extreme activities, and then the present day landform is the most crucial during this quaternary period. And Professor Milapchand Sharma has tried to synthesize or tried to analyze different types of landform evolution in the western part of Himalayas through different types of dating techniques, and show how much glacier have been this depleted, and landforms has also accordingly been changed. And he is at the same time worried also. If this climate change continues to occur, then most of the Himalayan glaciers will melt away and the landforms will also be changed. We will suffer from the lack of this potable water also in future. But sir, this year in the month of November, snowfall started to take place in Sandarpur, which is a rare case I think, and the temperature has gone down drastically. Even in Meghalaya the temperature has gone down to 9 degree to 10 degree centigrade now. So we are hopeful that again the cycle will be completed by this continuous snowfall during this winter period, and the glaciers will come back in future. We must be hopeful. So with these words, we thank Professor Milap Sharma for a beautiful lecture. And since there is hardly any scope for asking questions in keynote speech, that is why I think to save the time, I would request Professor Milap Sharma to not to invite any question in this keynote speech. Thank you very much once again.
We would like to thank Dr. Sharma for the interesting deliberation, and we would also like to thank Professor De for chairing this session, and I would also request Professor De to honor Professor Sharma with a token of appreciation. Thank you, sir.
Please feel free to ask me anytime, anywhere. Accountability होनी चाहिए ना, पैसा तो आपका यूज़ है.
Thank you, sir. As we conclude this inaugural session, it is time for some reflections and a heartfelt vote of gratitude. To deliver this, we invite Professor Ashraful Alam, the organizing secretary of this seminar and assistant professor in the Department of Geography, Rampurhat College. Sir, we kindly request you to share your reflections and extend your gratitude.
Thank you. Good morning everyone, and a warm welcome to everyone gathered here today. It is both an honor and privilege to stand before you as the organizing secretary of this event, the second international seminar on innovative approaches in geographical research, exploring new dimensions for sustainable development goals. Focal theme of this seminar is deeply aligned with the global discourse on sustainability and reflects the interdisciplinary, collaborative spirit of geography. As we celebrate the past 75 years of Rampurhat College, we also look to the future with hope and determinations. This seminar is not just an academic event, but a call to action and opportunity for geographers to contribute meaningfully to the global quest for sustainable development. By embracing innovative approaches, fostering collaborations and nurturing the next generation of scholars, we can ensure that geography continues to be a transformative force in society. This two-day academic gatherings serves as a significant milestone in our ongoing efforts to explore new frontiers in geographical research. It brings together some of the finest minds in the field with the shared goal of fostering meaningful discussions and knowledge exchange to address contemporary challenges. As the organizing secretary, it is both a privilege and responsibility to highlight the collaborative spirit and meticulous effort that have gone into making this seminar possible. We aspire to create a vibrant platform for scholars, researchers, and practitioners to share insights, deliberate on innovative approaches, and collaborate for sustainable development. The seminar would not have been possible without the steadfast support of many individuals and organizations. As we conclude the inaugural session of this prestigious seminar, allow me now to express my gratitude to everyone who has made this event a reality. First and foremost, I would like to express our profound thanks to our Chief Patron, Dr. Ashish Banerjee sir. Your unwavering support and enriching suggestions have been instrumental in shaping the visions and execution of this seminar. Your guidance inspired us to achieve excellence. Our sincere gratitude also goes to our principal, Dr. Prabal Kumar Sinha sir. Your visionary leadership and tireless commitment to academic growth have been the cornerstone of our efforts. Your encouragement motivates us to pursue such initiatives with determinations. A special word of thanks to Dr. Bujudev Mukherjee, coordinator IQAC, Rampurhat College, whose dedication to enhancing academic quality has provided invaluable directions to our preparations. Your meticulous insights have added depth and precision to our seminar. To our dedicated faculty members and staff at Rampurhat College, thank you for your collective effort and commitment to academic excellence. Your cooperation has been the backbone of this seminar's success. I extend my appreciation to our sponsors and partners whose contributions have made this event financially viable. We are deeply grateful to our esteemed sponsors, including Ministry of Arts Science and Engineering Research Board, Indian Council of Social Science Research, Council of Scientific and Industrial Research, Eastern Coalfields, and Rampurhat Municipality. Your generous support has ensured the realization of our goals and enabled us to maintain the highest standards. I would like to express my deep gratitude to all of our distinguished delegates, keynote speakers, who have traveled far and wide to share their insights and expertise. Your presence has enriched this gathering and has provided us with fresh perspectives that will undoubtedly influence the trajectory of our field. Finally, I must acknowledge the tireless effort of our organizing committee and volunteers. Your dedication, hard work, and enthusiasm have ensured the seamless executions of this seminar, and I am truly grateful for our commitment. In conclusion, I express my deepest gratitude to each one of you for your unwavering support and participations. Together, let's make us this seminar a resounding success and a memorable journey of learning and collaborations. Thank you all.
Thank you, Professor Alam, for expressing our collective gratitude to everyone who has contributed to the success of this inaugural session. As we will conclude the inaugural session, let us all rise for the national anthem to honor our nation and its enduring spirit. May I kindly request everyone to stand as we play our national anthem.
As well.
जनगण मन अधिनायक जय हे भारत भाग्य विधाता पंजाब सिंध गुजरात मराठा द्राविड़ उत्कल बंगा विंध्य हिमाचल यमुना गंगा उच्छल जलधि तरंगा तब शुभ नामे जागे तब शुभ आशीष मागे गाहे तब जय गाथा जनगण मंगलदायक जय हे भारत भाग्य विधाता जय हे जय हे जय हे जय 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 हे.
Thank you, students. Thank you all. Now we will take a 10 minutes break to refresh ourselves. Please have a cup of tea outside and continue your discussions. So we will be back here sharp at 12:45. Thank you.
এই চন্দনের ফোঁটা দিয়েছে আর কি যেন দিয়েছে ফুলটাকে যেন কি বলছে কফিনও দিয়ে দিয়েছে শুয়ে পড়লে চোখ বন্ধ করাই যেতে হবে ওদের তুলসী পাতা আনতে বলবে এক্সক্লুসিভ এখন আমি করবো তোমাকে এবার ফুল ফ্রেম ধরতে হবে আর এটা এই এইচডিএমআইটা তোমার নেই ফুল ফ্রেম ধরবো ফুল ফ্রেম ধরবো তোমার এটা তো হচ্ছে না ঘোরানো বললাম আনতে তো শুনলাম স্ট্যান্ড ফোন করলাম সাউন্ড সাউন্ড মানে শুধু খালি তোমার মেশিনে এই সাউন্ড থেকে আমি ইয়ে যাবো হ্যালো কাজে যাবো হ্যাঁ নারায়ণ আমার না ইনস্ট্যান্ট মানে ইনস্ট্যান্টটাই বুঝতে পারছে ইনস্ট্যান্টটাই বুঝতে পারছে নিচে ওই কোনো ঘোরা না ওখানে ঘোরা যেও না আমি জায়গা দিন জায়গা হ্যাঁ ঠিক আছে ঠিক আছে এরকমই রাখবো কোন ক্যামেরাটা কথা বলছে আর তুমি ছিল না তো দেখো ছবি তুলবে হ্যালো 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 আসছে আসছে হ্যালো 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 ফ্রেমটা অফ করে দেবো স্যার বলেন কি খবর? না না
কি বলছেন?
রামপুরহাটে কলেজে।
হ্যাঁ হ্যাঁ বলুন, শুনছি, বলুন। ঠিক আছে, আপনি কোন সেশনে আছেন? ঠিক আছে, আমি সেশন নাম্বার সেশন নাম্বার 1 to 3
কটা ছিল আছে? 4-5টা আছে। 4-5 জন আমাকে বলে আরো কম করে দিতে হবে। 4-5 জন কার তুমি বললে তো হবে না, তো আগে এসে ঘন্টাই তো ভুল করে ব্যাপার হচ্ছে ঘন্টা কার ডিসপ্লে দেখা ডিসপ্লে তো তোমরা দেখতে হবে। কিছু বলছিলে? হ্যাঁ হ্যাঁ ঠিক বলছেন, আরো ভালো লাগবে রেকর্ডিং এটা তো। হ্যাঁ হ্যাঁ ফুল ফ্রেমে রেকর্ডিং মারতে বলছি। গ্যাস লাগবে, এক্সট্রা পেমেন্ট লাগবে, এক্সট্রা পেমেন্ট লাগবে। কিছু না, ক্যামেরা বলবো না, এক্সট্রা পেমেন্ট লাগবে। হ্যাঁ শুনতে পাচ্ছ? হ্যাঁ কোনো কাজ নাই। আগে শুক্রবার কলকাতা গেলাম, ওই চান্দা আগে শুক্রবার কলকাতা গেছিলাম। হ্যাঁ চান্দা কিনতে লাইসেন্স ফিতে দিলাম। লেজার নাই তো লাইসেন্স লেজার মতো নেই তো লেজার কিছু হবে না, কিছু হবে মার্ক করে লাইট দেওয়া হবে না। লেজার লাইট একটু টেপ মার দেন, সেন্সরে টেপ মার দেন। লেজার লাইট হ্যাঁ সেন্সর খারাপ है টেপ মার দেন। লেজার লাইট তো বড় সেই দুধের একটু থাকতে হবে। এই বলিবা রাজা হ্যাঁ কি বলছো? এই তো আলফা সেকেন্ড গো ছাপা গো, এই দেখো দেখছো না, এই দেখো দেখো কি দেখছো তুমি? এটা আলফা তো সেকেন্ড। হ্যাঁ কি বলছো? হ্যাঁ এই দেখো সব আমাদের এই দেখো সব বসে আছে। এই দেখো একটু এই দেখো এই দেখো এই দেখো ওই দেখো ওই দেখো জয়েন স্কিম। ক্যামেরা ঢেকে দেবো, ক্যামেরা ঢেকে তোমার
NACMO was marked by significant advancement in thematic mapping and geographic information systems. He later served as the Surveyor General of India at the SERB of India, overseeing national mapping and survey activities. In addition to his administrative roles, Dr. Nag has made sustainable contributions to the academic and professional community. He has served as the President of the Indian National Cartographic Association and the Institution of Indian Geographers. I think we are running late, so if I want to cover entire profile of Dr. Pittis Nag, it will take more time. So I request Dr. Pittis Nag to come over here and deliver his lecture on the SDGs. Recently he has visited and attended a national conference as well as a meeting in Hyderabad. I think he will have some ideas which will be very new to us, and we are waiting to listen from him. Dr. Pittis Nag.
Good afternoon. Thank you, Chairman. Thank you, organizers, for giving me an occasion to deliver the special lecture of this international event. Friends, in the morning session, opening session, I gave some impression about what I am going to speak now. So that was a trailer, and now I will expand it to tell you that what are the global patterns in SDGs and possible role of geography, possible role of geospatial technology. Time allotted originally was 15 minutes. I requested, so 20 minutes have been given to me. I will squeeze in within this 20 minutes, leaving out whatever I have spoken in the first session. Yep. Slides, please. Start working. The first UN Geospatial Information Congress was held in China, and under the purview of United Nations, substantially improved the strength and the role of geospatial information management, innovation and related technologies towards implementing 2030 Agenda of Sustainable Development, and to keep the promise that no one should be left behind. Fortunately, 2019, I had the occasion to visit the venue, which is still preserved. All the presentations, etc., are still there. I could gather what went during the first event was the starting of the possible role of geospatial technologies in the sustainable development goals. Next, please. It's not working. Yeah. Secretary General of United Nations on 19th November 2018 said that your dedication, expertise and guidance in geospatial data methods, framework tools and platform is urgently needed. So this is what I'm trying to impress upon you, that how geospatial data and geography are related for the implementation of sustainable development goals. That is extremely important. Geospatial way to better world, this was the slogan there, what he said, and to how to transform the world in order to attend the SDGs. Next. Today they talk of similar lines. We talk about the geospatial to sustainable development goals, but in 2018 the focus was a better world and transform the world for better. However, especially with information was a common denominator between the two. Further, Sustainable Development Goal SDGs were common as well. And data and information were required, and that resulted into the foundation of the Geospatial Road to Sustainable Development Goals under the aegis of United Nations GGIM framework laid in, as I mentioned to you earlier, in 2018. Friends, this event, the outcome of the event was the convening participatory and inclusive environment to intensify collaboration at regional and global level, enhance communication and understanding, the application of geospatial information management, discuss policy relevance and challenge to advance geospatial science, technology and innovation, and to have timely and quality geospatial data, where perhaps the role of geographer and people like us is there, that we prepare reliable data and timely data. A lot of people are talking, they are not giving the due attention to it. This is the focal theme of the conference, the possible role of geographers. Please listen to me. If you are not interested, there is no point in me talking about this. The Sustainable Development Goals going in the reverse way. Yeah. So the United Nations initiative was participating countries at the first United Nations conference stressed the importance of working together across the borders. So worldwide collaboration was required, and then there was a demand of geospatial information, that all the implementation of the 17 agenda has to be based on geospatial data. That was the motto. And that's how, which has been mentioned by the Honorable Chairman, that the conference which was held in Hyderabad 2 years ago was that only, that it has to be for implementation of it. Mic is not working, correct? So, geospatial way So the slogan was geospatial way for a better world, and all the science, technology, etc., including geospatial technology, were to converge for well-being of society, environment and economy. So there was a declaration, and that is declaration says that to work together to build a human data and geography community for a shared and better future. So that's how we come in the picture. To keep promise to leave no one behind by fostering effective cross-sector and interdisciplinary, international, regional and local collaboration and partnership, and to support the national initiative, and while we supporting national initiative, the local initiative or regional within the nation also comes in. The second one, which was held in Hyderabad, the participants were requested in the second UN GIC in 4 years' time to continue and promote comprehensive and inclusive dialogue with governments, with all stakeholders, and to advance the geospatial information management. So our role is to have to generate the information reliably and timely. That is where we come in. So are we doing that? Can we do that? Should we consider doing that? This is what the issues are. Agenda 2030 has been discussed since morning. In September 2015, the General Assembly adopted 2030 Agenda for Sustainable Development, includes as you know, 17 sustainable goals, and the slogan was, no one should be left behind. Hence, the new agenda emphasizes all holistic approach to achieve sustainable development for everybody else. Even the disabled people should also be considered. So it is not that only the healthy people or the normal people should be there, but disabled people, and there is separate separate agenda for the disabled people as well. Yeah, little bit about the history, that how it came. In fact, earlier there used to be a United Nations geographical information infrastructure for different regions like Asia and Pacific, South America, or North America, or Europe. So that has always, now that has been changed and it has been brought under the framework of the UNGGIM, which I am talking about today. The history is that 2030 Agenda for Sustainable Development adopted by all United Nations members in 2015 provides a shared blueprint for peace and prosperity of people of the planet. SDGs for sustainable development to improve human life and protect the environment, which everybody knows, the Agenda 21. Member State University adopted the Millennium Development Goals, Millennium Declaration at the Millennium Summit in 2000 at the UN headquarters in New York, and submitted an elaborate report which was known as the Millennium Development Goals, MDGs. A lot of work has been carried out on this, and basically to reduce the poverty by 2015. Further, there are several conferences held in this connection. So it is not that an isolated action was there and all of a sudden the first and second United Nations conference was there. There were conferences in South Africa, then there were conferences in United Nations headquarters, and all sort of things mentioned here, again in Rio, which hit the United Nations Development Agenda and led to the SDGs. Yeah. Then in 2013, the General Assembly set up 30 members open working group to develop the proposal for SDGs. And then in January 2015 and 2030, the Sustainable Development Goals, etc., and 17 SDGs were identified. Then there are other conferences mentioned here, which directly, indirectly led to the formulation of the 17 SDGs. Today, the Division for Sustainable Development Goals in the United Nations, Department of Economic and Social Affairs, provides substantial support and capacity building for SDGs, their related thematic issues, including, see where we come in now, including energy, climate, ocean, urbanization, transport science, etc., etc., and including the smallest island states also. So this is how whole world is being taken into confidence for developing the SDGs. DSDG plays a key role in violating the UN system-wide implementation of 2030 Agenda on the advocacy and outreach activities related to the SDGs. In order to make 2030 Agenda a reality, broad ownership of SDGs must translate into strong commitment. This commitment was required from the global bodies, from the national bodies, from the regional bodies as well. What is this 2030 plan? Today, tomorrow, we keep on talking about that. Let us look into it. 2030 Agenda for Sustainable Development was launched by United Nations Summit in New York, 25 to 27 September 2015, and aimed at ending poverty in all its forms. This is the ultimate target of the SDGs. The UN 2030 Agenda envisages a world of universal respect of human rights and human dignity, the rule of law, justice, equity, and non-discrimination. These are the 70 agenda. This you must be seeing and you must be noticed. I won't repeat it. Yeah. So these are the 17 SDGs. You must have seen somewhere, so I am not going to tell in details. Further, as I mentioned in the morning, 17 SDGs are integrated. It has to be an integrated form. Or integrated, they recognize that action in one area will be affecting the other. So you cannot isolate the SDGs saying that this SDG will look separately, this SDG will look separately, but these are all integrated together. At the heart of 23 agenda, the 5 critical dimensions are there, 5 P's, people, I mentioned in the morning, people, prosperity, planet, partnership, and peace. In nutshell, the picture is like this, that these are the important features of the SDGs. SDGs are for disabled people also. So it is not that normal people, but disabled people should also be not left behind. Yeah. 6 major goals of sustainability were considered as end of poverty in all its form, zero hunger, health, education, gender equality for and women's empowerment, and water sanitation, which I mentioned in the morning as well. The UN General Assembly took a resolution in this regard, and a multi-stakeholders forum on science and technology for SDGs was formed, and it was thought important for the implementation of the Sustainable Development Goals. Now, this is where we try to come in. In September 2015, Member State adopted the 2030 Agenda for Sustainable Development with overarching principle that no one should be left behind, which I mentioned to you. Now, this is important. Data, which is high quality, accessible, timely, reliable, disaggregated by income, sex, age, race, ethnicity, migration status, disability, and geographical location. All characteristics relevant to the national context is called for. So this language is almost our geographer's language. These are the features which are required, say migration or geographical location, etc., which we carry out in one way or other. So there we come in. Reliable data, timely data for all these features are to be generated in order to implement SDGs. Yes. For the 2030 agenda and its 17 SDGs are highly dependent on geospatial information. Friends, please note this, that this is the UN resolution, that to implement SDGs, you have to depend on geospatial data. Who will prepare geospatial data? Perhaps the respective country, their respective data producing organization, perhaps universities, perhaps people like us, perhaps geographers like us. That is our role is. An integrated geospatial information was discussed. It was required for integrating the data also, and that is for socio-economic integration, and that, as I mentioned, no one should be left behind. Then again a session on 2019 was there. The committee of experts were called for, and they also took into confidence of the national governments to produce the information. So national government respected that, which United Nations does in any case, and country should own and lead the data, lead to production of data. This is what was proposed. Committee also said that the strength of the nation lies in geospatial data. It's a very important statement by the United Nations. There we have a role, and we should rise to the occasion and produce the data which are relevant to the 17 GDPs or its sub-themes also. As I mentioned in the morning, that every research work, every PhD should also include that what themes are locally applicable out of the 17 SDGs or as part or as sub-part. That has to be essentially be included, then only our research work becomes relevant. Then it was thought that interagency or expert group should be there under the United Nations banner, and there should be regional and international cooperation. Further, as I mentioned, 17 SDGs are there, then 230 indicators are there. So if you take an area, say Bolpur area or Birbhum district, out of 230, which are the relevant indicators and in what form? There may be regional or local variation. So that has to be analyzed, that should be studied where our research work and contribution are to be carried out. Further, there was a working group also for geospatial information. So this is what I'm trying to say, that all this SDG activity, geospatial has been a part and parcel of it. Geography has been part and parcel of it. Then United Nations Economic and Social Council also said promotion of international cooperation in the field of global geospatial information. This is a resolution of the United Nations. Last conference in Hyderabad. The committee consists of the member states and also working group on geospatial information management. The second conference, which was in Hyderabad, was to bring together the stakeholders at the highest level to enhance international cooperation among the participants of member state and relevant stakeholders, to reflect the importance of geospatial information to support evidence-based policy making. Because geospatial data has to be part and parcel of the policy making. As of today, what we do? We prepare geospatial information for somebody else to take a decision. We don't take a decision, but we keep things ready for somebody else to take. Why it should be like that? We should be able to take decision, we should lead to making formulation of policy. To address the development and strengthening of geospatial information management capabilities, and finally to enhance the role of and relevance of geospatial information against 3 pillars of sustainable development for sharing future and better world in which all are able to be counted with an inclusive global society. Then Government of India was also not lagging behind. Conference was held in Hyderabad. Government of India fully cooperated, funded fully, and Azadi ka Amrit Mahotsav was part of that, and also geo-enabling the global village. This was the Government of India's slogan along with the international or global conference. This was the logo of that conference. Terms of reference were that there should be given attention to geodesy, climate change, geoethics, integrated information framework within the global village concept. Further, Indian geospatial ecosystem was also desired as a part of the global system. The government decision was to have its own geospatial ecosystem, which should be, by which we will participate in global activities. So institutions, technology, colleges like this one, industry, non-government organization, individuals invested to participate in this mega activity. For this, the content was developed, which included strategic, societal, youth, and the UNGGM activities. So that was considered priority for doing so. So what is the plan for with this of the 2030? 2030 agenda for SDG was launched by UN in New York, as I mentioned earlier, was to aim the ending of poverty in all its form. For the UN 2030 agenda, a world of universal respect to human rights, human dignity, the rule of law, justice, equity, and non-discrimination was included in that. Further, science and technology felicitation mechanism all was developed for this purpose. So this agenda of is no one should be left behind, which included, now see on this data which is high quality, accessible, timely, reliable and disaggregated by income sex, etc. is called for. Second one, to support implementation at all levels of 2030 agenda, including the need to exploit and contribute to exploit the contribution made by a wide range of data, including Earth observation and geospatial information. Earth observation basically means remote sensing. So the United Nations asked for the remote sensing data, processed one, and also within also statistical data. And since this is whole activity is under the statistical framework of the United Nations, so statistics is not left behind. As statistical and geospatial information will be key to the production of number of indicators, which I mentioned 230 indicators. So remote sensing as well as the geospatial data, that becomes the basis. So working group on geospatial information was formed for this purpose. Further, as I mentioned, there should be end of poverty. It included hunger, AIDS, discrimination against women also needs to be taken care of all this resolution. In 13th session of last year, which the committee of experts mentioned that 13th session, the committee of experts welcomed the offer of Governor of Mexico and the Institute of Statistics and Geography to hold this event. So Geography and the Institute of Statistics both have joined hands in this. So that is important the issue. Regional committees of United Nations Global Information System is were made, and which I mentioned earlier that as of today, in Delhi, for Asian Pacific, this meeting is going on, and they will take certain resolution which we will come to know at a later stage. UN support is always there. UN statistical system is also supporting that, and United Nations Apex body for global statistics includes the activities of SDGs. So high-level resolution, high-level forum was also suggested. The background of United Nations Statistical Division as the Secretariat of the UN Committee on Experts of Global Geospatial Information in collaboration with the Government of Mexico proposed accelerating implementation and achieving resilience. So where things are getting new shape and new form. So this is all mentioned here that high-level committee, what they proposed, and a forum was created for this purpose, or a comprehensive dialogue between the nations, between the regions. Committee of experts included climate, which was mentioned in the morning, disaster risk, land management. The conference which is going on in Delhi, the focus is on land management, cadastral information. That should become the basis of these activities. It should be umbrella organization. You should look into environment, marine, cadastral, statistics, etc., etc. Then it was suggested that to harness the power of geospatial data. Today we use it as a tool for studying or analyzing, but it has the power it should be a power to implement these things. That was also suggested. Climate related disaster GDP in morning, just before Professor Sharma talked about it, so I'm not insisting on this. Collaborative environment and geospatial information was suggested, where the latest technology of AI and climate change, etc., was to be also used for generating the geospatial information. Hence, the SDGs and geospatial data, the relationship is now stand as Sustainable Development Goals 2023 special report presented that many of the goals show no or little progress due to climate crisis, wars and the world economy or dual effect of COVID-19. Hence, it was considered that one should use the data. Data is a fuel for power progress. Showcase the location-based information. Please note the importance of location-based information and geospatial information was considered important. Similarly, it was also mentioned that should include climate resilience, health mapping, access to essential services like water, education, etc. And there should be cross-sectorial analysis as well. Further, committee of experts was suggested for accelerating the achievement of the SDGs also using the geospatial technology. Finally, a high-level group integrated geospatial information framework with the participating representative of member state addressed the set strategic direction and priorities for convening 7 high-level forum of the UNGGIM with overarching theme accelerating implementation and achieving resilience towards ensuring the continued benefits of geospatial information to all member states, and also consultation and discussion also include considering the related to the contribution of the United Nations GGC Center of Excellence and need for coordination and coherence, the implementation of UN IGIF at country level. Means at country level there should be data generation, and also it should be at the global level, including the climate and resilience. Finally, thank you very much. Technology, we were not behind the technology. This picture is of 1400 AD, where it is a temple in Rajasthan, where a person is using the apparatus which looks like modern day computer. So we were not lagging behind in technology. We should revive and contribute towards the development of or implementation of SDGs. Hence, what I'm trying to say is that we have a role. We have to find that how we can contribute not only the timely and accurate data, but also take part in the policy making of SDGs. Mention do researches taking this 230 indicators or maybe more indicators now for our what is the shape of those indicators in respective areas. That will be the contribution of geographers in implementation or studying or analyzing the SDGs. Thank you very much for giving me an occasion to speak here. I have taken slightly more time, but please forgive me.
Dr. Pitchisna, it is not from my part. On behalf of the participants, I would like to convey thanks to you for your beautiful deliberation and very relevant in the connections of today's seminar. The geospatial issues related to SDGs. Yes, we are really concerned about the SDG, Sustainable Development. I think we have so much questions, queries or supplementations in connections with this lecture or deliberation. We are running late little bit. Therefore, my request, if you have any questions or queries, you meet him later during our lunch period. Then you can exchange your ideas or supplement some points in relation to his deliberation. In his deliberation, one statement was there across the border. Yes, day has come. We have to forget the national boundaries for the development of our dear earth. Last March I went to Antarctica. There I noticed the scientists, all they sat together and discussed to divide how the environment of Antarctica can be conserved. So, like me, most of you have some questions or queries related to the SDG. So, my request, when we will be there in our lunch phase, there we can interact with Dr. Krishna. Thank you, sir, for your beautiful deliberation.
We would like to thank Dr. Krishna for his enlightening and thought-provoking lecture. Your insights on the interplay between geospatial challenges and SDGs are invaluable. We also extend our heartfelt thanks to Professor Moloy Mukhopadhyay for chairing this session, and I would also request Professor Moloy Mukhopadhyay to honor Dr. Nag with a token of appreciation. Thank you, professors, for your enlightening lecture. Ladies and gentlemen, now we have come to a significant section of our seminar, the Professor Aurobindo বিশ্বাস Memorial Lecture. This lecture commemorates the life and contribution of Professor Aurobindo বিশ্বাস, 1943 to 2001, an eminent scholar whose legacy continues to inspire the academic community. The session will be chaired by Professor Guru Prasad Chattopadhyay, retired professor and former head of the Department of Geography, Vishwabharati Shantiniketan. Professor Chattopadhyay's invaluable contributions to geographical studies make him the ideal person to lead this session. I now invite Professor Chattopadhyay to kindly introduce the speaker and chair this special session. The stage is yours, sirs. Please come.
To the members of the organizing committee of this international seminar and all the renowned personalities assembled here. Now it is going to be time for Professor Sunanda Bandyopadhyay to deliver lecture this Aurobindo বিশ্বাস Memorial Lecture. I don't know how many of you really are acquainted with Professor Aurobindo বিশ্বাস. He was a really renowned professor. He taught many years in the college, Presidency College, and afterwards he taught in Bardhaman University. He traveled all around India. He was not a geographer, just like studying from books and delivering lectures. As I know him, because I knew him from the very beginning of his teaching career, I was almost a 2-year student. Yes, actually I know Aurobindo বিশ্বাস from 1974. I know many of the students who are assembled here who are not born at that time. And he loved me very much. I got his advice, although I did my PhD from Edinburgh University, UK. But in any time,
I went to him, I was in association with him. He gave me really valuable advice to develop my career, and afterwards when I came back from UK, I met him again. After some years I joined the university, Vidyasagar University, where Professor Sunanda Bandyopadhyay was also there, and we jointly invited Aurobindo Vishwas to deliver lectures on statistical part of geography and obviously geomorphological parts. He was such kind of geographer, I think, who used to roam about in all the branches of geography. Any branch of geography, many students who did research on the human geography or physical geography or any other part of geography used to go to Aurobindo Vishwas, and he was very free-minded person to give good suggestions and advice. So I don't like to waste much time. I would invite Professor Sunanda Bandyopadhyay to start his deliberation of lecture.
Good day, everybody. What I'm going to present is on aversions. Now, aversions means abandonment of old fluvial channels and rerouting of the discharge to new courses. Something which is not quite unknown to the geographers, rather very much known. Now, the reason can be many. It can be changes in channel sinuosity, formation of osmolex, channel sedimentary super elevation, breaching of the levees, base level shifts, and tectonics. Occurrence time span can be within a few hours, like we had seen a decade ago in Kochi, and also it may take decades, like I will present the case of the Brahmaputra. Recurrence interval again can vary from 10 years to 600 years to almost a millennium, more than a millennium. You know how many times the avulsion would repeat for a particular channel. The area I am talking about, can I have a mouse? Something like that. The area I am talking about is the Ganga Delta. Okay. And here, the first mapping of the Ganga Delta, we all know that it was done by James Renner. And that was between 1764 to 1774. And that was the first time all the rivers were scientifically mapped for the Bengal Delta. And almost exactly 100 years after that, another James Ferguson, mapped the region. I mean, he mapped really, but he investigated the region for the changes that happened since or just after rainfall. And here, you know, the red part, they show the different parts of the rainfall's map. Okay, like আমার মনে হয় আমাকে যদি ভিডিওটা ফলো না করে ভালো হয়, বুঝলেন তো অনেক সমস্যা হবে। ওটা আমি অফ করে দিন না। See, here is one part which is the old Saraswati, right? Which once used to follow the course of the Rupnarayan, and that happened before Renel, and after Renel we also had other areas which Ferguson had shown, like the rerouting of Churni and the Ganga, the lower Ganga, and the Tista, 1787 beaching of the Tista, and Brahmaputra. Okay, and that brings us to my topic. Is it coming? Yes. So the fluvial avulsion of the Bengal Delta and the case of the Brahmaputra. But we now know, although some 6-7 cases of the avulsions were pointed out by James Ferguson, but we now know the entire Bengal Delta, the face of Bengal Delta, were really created by some 7 overlapping deltoid lobes, and which were all created by avulsions. Long back, in 1870 and 1944, Thomas Oldham and Canon Moore envisaged that the delta had definitely progressed towards the east by these successive delta globes, but it was never proved. It took many decades to gather evidence and to really show that what they had envisaged are really true. So we have these delta globes here, some 7 delta globes, and we would concentrate on the upper left one, which is the Brahmaputra lobe. Now see, I'm just showing the, I'm showing the tectonic map of that part of the delta. Okay, not unknown, this is the Shillong Plateau here. On the upper side we have the Shillong Plateau. Really, this won't work because it is so bright. So Shillong Plateau is here, you can see. I can't really reach that height. And it's bound by 2 faults. On the upper side you have the Oldham fault, and the lower you have Tauki fault. And as you can see here, the Tauki fault, the southern part is going down and the upper part is going up, and same with the Oldham fault. So the Shillong Plateau is called a pop-up structure. Okay, so please remember that the Shillong Plateau is going up, and more important for us that this Shillong Trough is going down. Okay, which is being occupied by the Brahmaputra lobe. Okay, so on the left we have, uplift. On the right, more importantly, we have subduction. Okay, not subduction, sorry, subsidence. And we again come back to that particular map, and you see this is the current course of the Brahmaputra. Now, what happens across this Dauki tear fault, not tear fault, it is partly tear, partially strike slip. It has got strike slip movement as well as a vertical movement. Okay, so we have this part going down and that part coming up. Now what happens, say the river is flowing in this way, we all know the configuration of Brahmaputra, all of us were present here. But this is the region of the Sylhet House. We have friends from Bangladesh, they know, and we all know that these are all watery wetlands. Basically the main reason for their formation is that these areas are all going down, they are getting subsided. Now what happens after some time, this subsidence becomes so much, okay, that the gradient of the course, there is a course, see there is an old Brahmaputra written here, so this course becomes, the gradient of this eastern coast becomes higher than the western coast, and then a breaching takes place and aversion takes place. Okay, so this has happened many times that, and then what happens then when the Brahmaputra follows the Sylhet Trough course, it starts depositing sediments, and gradually that basins, the Sylhet House, they get filled up to the point when this western coast here, the gradient becomes steeper than the eastern coast. So it returns like this, and this has happened. So for example, if you just take the gradient now, it is something like, you can see 1:24,000 for the eastern coast and 1:21,000 for the western coast. Okay, and this has happened many times in the history. You can see from west to east, east to west, west to east, east to west, and west to east and east to west have happened 7 times in the history since the Holocene. Okay, since the start of the Holocene. Now, the next is, this is the Brahmaputra, one of the largest rivers of the world. You can see basin area of 651,000. Peak discharge is almost 100,000 cumecs, and the mean discharge is the 7th largest in the world, which is 20,000 cumecs. Okay. Now you see, we know now that after Renil mapped that area, Renil mapped that area when the Brahmaputra was following its eastern coast. And now what we see, when Ferguson went to that point and 100 years later the Brahmaputra was flowing straight. Now why and what evidences do we have? For example, here a compilation of some what is called some materials, some old documents, and it shows that, see, in 1787, almost contemporaneous to Renel, there is a description of the Brahmaputra stated as a fast-flowing river with many islands, okay, but which is no longer there. You know, this description was made on the eastern coast of the Brahmaputra. But later on, what we have seen is very interesting. Say in 1802, we have the upper Brahmaputra by the side of the Shillong. They are, you know, moving towards the west, and you can see in 1809 we have another document which shows that the Brahmaputra is now partly avulsed, and then in the last two documents by Oman, he was a surveyor with the SERB of India, and A.J. Reynolds, who later became the Vice Chancellor of Calcutta University, they have documented how the course of the old Brahmaputra by the side of the Moyman Singh, you know, how it dwindled in size. Okay, now we very quickly, I have 15 minutes, I think I have already, I don't know how much time I have already taken. Anyway, very quickly we go through this area before conclusion. Okay, now we start with this down the top. Okay, this region, and there are two things which you should notice. Firstly, the breaking of the Tista. Tista was earlier used to flow through the Mahananda river. Okay, and those of you who are familiar with the geomorphology of the Malda district, you know these rivers, Tongon, Punarbhava, they're all large big channels, huge valleys, but only a trickle of water is flowing, only getting flooded during the monsoons. So those were, you know, created by the old, you know, I mean the discharge of the Tista, when it used to come to the Ganga system through the Mahananda river and other rivers of that region. But what happened in 1877, there was a huge flood. I will come to that later very quickly. And what happened is that the entire river, you know, changed its course and met the Brahmaputra. You can see here there is a red dot, and here this dot is everywhere to give you the geographical reference. This place is called Chilmari. Okay, so it shows how the Tista changed its course. It has got a major bearing for the Brahmaputra avulsion. And you also notice that this channel, say from left to right to bottom left to bottom right, it has also migrated towards the west. Okay, the river greatly migrated towards the west. Now we come to the region where the actual avulsion has taken place. Here again you can see a dot, which is the Bahadurbad, and this is the point from where, Bahadurbad is where the Ganga joins, Brahmaputra joins Ganga. This is the Diwanganj. So Diwanganj is there, and you can see how, what happened actually is that the river migrated west, as I told you, and it gradually appropriate one of the old tributaries of the Tista system. Okay, so in that way, so it had reoccupied one of its old courses, which was really almost non-deciduous courses, and also which the water to which were contributed by the Tista by this westward movement. And you can see here how this has been done. So this was the old course, and this is the new course. Okay, and it shows how the eastern channel grew in size and the western channel gradually dwindled. The western channel grew in size and the eastern channel gradually dwindled. So this is the what we call the present Jamuna, shown in red, and this is the actual Brahmaputra, which is called Jamuna in Bangladesh, and this channel is the old Brahmaputra, which is now merely a trickle of what it used to be. Very quickly, I will go through reason. Okay. There are a lot of work, you know, in the literature. Many people, many authors have said that this is due to an earthquake. But what we found that it is not due to any earthquake, but basically you can relate this to a clustering of very high flood event as well as the tectonics, which has, you know, caused the main channel of the Brahmaputra at the avulsion locality to migrate towards the west. So we have a clustering of high flood events. And if we have quickly gone through the last diagram, yes, you see by 1855, which is this, see that is the mapping here, 1855, the avulsion is almost complete and it started from the just after Venice time, okay, and what we see is that, see we have two clustering of the high flood events. One is in 1787 when the Tista, got avulsed, and another in around that time, which is, yes, around 1855. Okay, these are three-ring data. Okay, that you can find out by drilling a core in the very old pine trees and find out the growth rings and relate that with the amount of discharge. And this is the actual discharge measurement at Bahadurpur, at Diwanganj. And you can see some of the old misfeed valleys of Brahmaputra here, analyzed, found out using some digital elevation model, ALOS Pulsar, and you can see the amount of the misfeed. Okay, it's a very wide valley, like the present day Brahmaputra, but or the Jamuna, present day Jamuna, but the river is really trickling down. And very quickly I will go through this part, how the Shirajganj, downstream of Shirajganj, you can see there was almost no channel here. It has become the main river after some time. And also this is Bahadurpur where, this water is falling in the Ganga here. Okay, and you can see how it has changed. There was no river on the top left diagram, and you can see how it has changed in the bottom right eye. Okay, and also with the Bhairav, you can see, the confluence there. It has also got changed. You can see here was the old Brahmaputra on the upper left diagram, and here you find no Brahmaputra at all. The old Brahmaputra channel is almost missing. Okay, so that we come to the end of this presentation, and what we see is that at the vicinity of the at the Diwanganj where the avulsion took place, we have that a westward shift that appropriated one of the tributaries, okay? That is the main thing, and of course the steeper gradient of the Jamuna, it helped to go. But why it took so long? Because it was a gradient river involving a lot of channels. So it's not a single thread river that it can easily get avulsed. So it will take some time. It took some time to get everything done. Okay, so it is. We found out that it took 180 years, okay, from 1787 when the first avulsion was done. And finally, it is important to note that although there are many international mentions of an earthquake taking place, there is no evidence of an earthquake causing this avulsion. It can be explained using some other thing. But I would just like to say, although I presented this paper, my co-authors are JayantaDas and Nobindushekhar Kor, who are teaching in 2 colleges in West Bengal. Thank you.
Our heartfelt thanks to Professor Surendra Bandyopadhyay. Fluvial avulsions in the Bengal Delta area over the last almost 250 years, because he has considered the long period, 18th century down to the present. The latest one is 2014, and he has contributed immensely in the study of river avulsions in this part of India. It is the Bengal Delta which shows changes of the river courses over the last long periods of time, and he has not only considered the conditions that has been explained and described by the previous workers, starting from millennium down to the present, but he has also, we know him as a very methodical and systematic field worker. He has done work in his field. He has compared his work with those found in different records and data, and he has presented us with a very nice and very attractive information that will contribute immensely to the learning of the present geographers. Thank you very much, Professor Bandyopadhyay, and also those who have listened to him very minutely during this time, and thanks once again to him. His work will progress and will also be very much benefited from his learning and from his contributions in geography. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Professor Sunanda Bandyopadhyay, for your insightful lecture and for sharing your profound knowledge on the Bengal Delta and its river systems. Your talk has been both enlightening and engaging. We also extend our sincere gratitude to Professor Guruprasad Chattopadhyay for chairing this session with such wisdom and grace. We would request Professor Chattopadhyay and Professor Bandyopadhyay to kindly receive our tokens of appreciation from Dr.JayantaDas and Professor Ashraful Alam. A warm round of applause, please. Thank you all. Now it is a time for the inauguration of the model exhibition and poster presentation at the Central College ground. The inauguration will be done by Professor Guruprasad Chattopadhyay and Professor Malay Mukhopadhyay. This will be followed by a lunch break of 30 minutes, and then we will gather here once again for the plenaries. Thank you.
রেকর্ডিং বন্ধ করে আছে তো আর বলবেন না উঠতাম হয়ে গেছি সব ব্যাগ রাখো ওই তোমার ব্যাগ রাখো
Although we have seen for only a long time, I can take that.
হ্যাঁ আমাদের লোন আছে এই একটা অন্য আমাদের আইলেন তো আছে হ্যাঁ কাজ করে যখন
একটু ফ্রেম থেকে সরে যাবে
সরাই কি সুন্দর ইয়েটা এদিকে সরাই রে বাবা কি সুন্দর টপিক দিয়ে না আমাদের যখন সেমিনারটা হবে আমাদের এরকমই ইউনিক টপিক স্মারক আনতে আমার টপিকটা মানে স্মারকটা খুবই ইউনিক লেগে
And now I announce our next 3 plenary speakers. The first one is Professor Guru Prasad Chattopadhyay, former professor and head Department of Geography, Vishwabharati Shantiniketan. And the details of his talk would be introduced by the chairperson. And our next speaker is Professor Nayanaran Chandra Jana, Professor, Department of Geography, University of Bardhaman. And will be also introduced about his talk by the Honorable Chairperson. And the third speaker of the plenary session is Professor Mamata Desai. I request you to take all of your seats on the dais. Respected sir and ma'am, please come to the dais. Now, Professor Chetri, please take on the mic.
Thank you, ma'am.
ডিসপ্লে ব্রাইটনেসটা কমানো যাবে কোনটা পিছনে যে জয় স্ক্রিনটা বুঝতে পারছি
Okay, good afternoon and namaste everyone after lunch. So now we are having 3 distinguished speakers here, and the first speaker is Professor Guru Prasad Chattopadhyay. He is a former professor and head of the Department of Geography from Shantiniketan. So I will read out his short biography. Professor Guru Prasad Chattopadhyay is a former professor and head of the Department of Geography at Vishwabharati University, Shantiniketan, West Bengal, India. With a career spanning over 39 years, he has contributed significantly to geographical research and education. Professor Chattopadhyay completed his PhD in periglacial geomorphology from the University of Edinburgh, United Kingdom, and has supervised 25 PhD scholars. His research interests include quaternary environmental changes, the impact of climate change on Himalayan glaciers, and environmental studies focusing on ecotourism and the interaction between man and the environment. He has published numerous papers in both national and international journals, delivered lectures at prestigious universities worldwide, and served on various academic governmental committees. His work has earned him several awards, including the John Macleod Merit Award from the University of Edinburgh. Professor Chattopadhyay remains actively involved in research contributing to global discussions on climate change, geomorphology, and sustainable development. And now I would like to request Professor Chattopadhyay for his presentation, and the presentation time will be 15 minutes. Please try to finish in due time. Thank you.
Hello.
The session is on. Now I invite the speaker, honorable speaker, to deliver the lecture.
Arrange seriality দিয়ে দিতে লাস্ট যেটা আসবে রামপুরহাট কলেজ প্রাথমিক I don't think it would be nice to just stay on and stand here and show my face to everybody. Everybody is waiting for something to listen to. I have, as the introducer has already introduced me, my work. I have done my research also my life in the quaternary environment of different countries. Although I did my PhD on the Scottish Grampian Islands, glacial and periglacial environment of study. And I continued my work there long time ago. And afterwards, I did some work in the Alpine Mountain and also Rocky Mountains in USA and Canada. But after coming back to India, I started my research work in the Himalayan region, particularly high altitude environmental changes. And that is obviously very challenging in the sense that we the people, particularly from the Bengal side, we are accustomed to living in the plains, and very few of us has the stamina to climb up the high altitude places. Different snacks, different problems in going up to the high altitude. Number one is the lack of oxygen. Two is the lack of physical ability, because when we climb up the high altitude areas, we have to give much strain on our body, and obviously there are several associated problems occur in the high altitude areas when you do work. I have a paper on this as well. So that means you have a double vision. You will see one mountain range in 2, 3, 4 frames. Sometimes people have some other problems as well. Some people continue to laugh. They cannot stop laughing. That is also high altitude effect, we say. Since I started my career in the high altitude research work from the very beginning, from the age of 15, 16, so I did not face such problems. So I can continue. I am just waiting for the photograph to come. But I know that it is really something. When I taught in different colleges, undergraduate colleges, particularly presidency, my students were very energetic. And they said that I used to show my slides in those days in the mountain research work, and they are very much impressed and say once the students, all the second year students, because they have to prepare their field report by the second year and they will produce it in the third year class. So they said that, sir, this year you take us to the high altitude areas. I said that, will you be able to, do you have the stamina to go to the high altitude? They have said that, yes, we can do that. I have all in that batch 20 students, and only one was the male student and the other 19 were the female students, and they are all aged 18, 19 maximum, and they had the stamina. They accompanied me, they went to the high altitude areas and to the Lahore and Spiti. At 14,000 feet altitude, we pitched our tent, but the storm actually made a massacre. We could not stay in the tent because the tent was blown off. So there was a broken hut, and we took the shelter for the night in that place. And on the next day, after the snowfall, when in that place was snow covered, they came with me. I moved around, I showed them the geomorphological features, and they were very much impressed. I'm still waiting for the photographs to come. With this, I will start. So the experiences I gathered is something that cannot be forgotten. I never forget, because I still go to the high altitude at the age of 76 plus. I go to the high altitude areas in the mountains, in the glaciated areas, and try to challenge myself to see how much stamina remains left in my body. So I hope, Ashana? I'll start in a different dimension. Previous lectures, I was very much impressed with Professor Milakchand Sharma, JNU, who presented a very valuable and not only eye-catching but also very inspiring lecture on the high altitude. It's something like that. Actually, I also did my work in the high altitude areas in the approaches in geographical research on the high altitude environment. The study upon the recent retreat of the glaciers. The same thing Professor Sharma has focused on, done my work. He has done greater part of his work in the Western Himalaya, I think Kashmir, Rahul, Spit areas. I have done those areas, but here I present my work on the Sikkim Himalaya. And since time is restricted, so I will try to complete my speech in 10 to 15 minutes time. So next. Now first in the slide I would like to say what are the approaches, main approaches for a research? Experiment, then statistical, then case study, and then comparative study. These are the main approaches. And what methods are to be applied? The observation, surveys, and interviews. Next. This is the stage of the Himalaya, west to it, Kashmir to Arunachal Pradesh. Next. I don't like to spend much time on this, but very quickly going through this, global climatic change is a contemporary aspect. We say that it is global warming going on, we are feeling very hot, it is so hot. It is not that, it has been going on. And briefly I would like to say that actually Pleistocene and recent Pleistocene and Holocene, Pleistocene ended at about 80,000 years ago. And after that, then started the post-glacial period. Actual Holocene period started from 11,700 years as the geographers calculate. And then on, the glaciers continue to retreat very rapidly. But I would like to say the present state of retreat is much greater than the total retreat of the last 18,000 years. In 18,000 years, 14,000 glaciers, 14,000 types of glaciers have retreated, and temperature rose to about 8 degrees Celsius, and over the last 130 years alone, temperature rise has been calculated as about 3 degrees Celsius in last 130 years. So that is really too much. Let us go to the next one. The hydrology changes very much with the climatic amelioration. We call the climatic temperature rise is the climatic amelioration, and temperature drop is climatic deterioration. The Himalayan glaciers are the most important sources of information, because we always say that the glaciers are the thermometer to calculate the global warming, pattern of global warming, because they respond very quickly. The glaciers fluctuate, and very popularly documented competition, Alps, Constitution Mountains, meteorological records in the Himalaya. Very little work has been done so far on the Himalayan glacier retreat. Many works have been done in the Alpine glacier retreat, Rocky Mountain retreat, but unfortunately very little work has been done so far in the Himalayan region. Next. Okay, skip this. To manage the time, I would like to skip the next 3 posts because they are basically the basic informations. 67% of the Himalayan glaciers have retreated markedly over the past 3 decades. This is very important to record. Next. skip this page. To manage the time, I have to do something. Now, what are the main things to observe in the glacial areas? Glaciers, snow avalanches, ice avalanches, extension of crevasses in the glaciers, catastrophic discharge from the glacial rainwater lakes, and flash flood. My colleague, Professor TOPSIS, will speak on this catastrophic lake discharge. And also, lastly, rock fall due to stress release from the valley wall following rapid glacial retreat. Next. This is the record. That means all the glaciers shows that it will take much time. So just to show you that different glaciers, how they have been retreating over the last 100 years or so. Next. Now this brown circle shows that the areas where the glaciers have retreated and glaciers expanding shown in the yellow circles. So it can be it is very clear from this photograph that the greater part of the glaciers, most number of the glaciers have retreated over the last few decades. Next. Now this is glaciers in the, I'll show you some glaciers because glaciers are very active, they have very attractive view. So in the Western Himalaya, this is actually Siachen glacier. Next one. This is the image. Siachen glacier. Next. I went to almost close to the Siachen glacier because it is restricted area. I had a discussion. I did approach to the army personnel, and they have allowed me to accompany them to go to the glacier snout. This is the snout of glacier of this Siachen glacier. Next. In the glaciers, in the bare school areas in the Himachal, the small glaciers, all the big glaciers, large glaciers have retreated, only moraines are left. Next. As the glaciers crashes, it forms the crack lines over the glacier body, and a part of it comes down through the process of avalanching. Next. This is the Groundwater glacier. Professor Sharma has already shown you. 1780, the snout was there near Bhujbasa. Then 1935, glacier is retreating, the snout was there. 1956, then 1964, then 1971, and 2001. So about 3 kilometers retreat has been recorded for the Groundwater glacier. Next. This is Hagaris Parvat, the snow peak, and in front of you is the cave, the Gomu. People often mistakenly say that, oh, it looks like the mouth of a cow, that is why it is Gomu. It is not that. In Sanskrit, Go, the other meaning is the earth. One meaning is Gavi, that is Go. And the other meaning is the earth. So, Prachin rishis believed that from where the Bhagirathi river is coming out, it is the mouth of the earth. It is the source of the main dhara of the earth water. So that is why the name was given. And many people say that, oh yes, Ganga is emerging from the Gangoti glacier. It is not Ganga. Ganga forms downstream. It is the Bhagirathi. Bhagirathi goes to flow through the valley for about 100 kilometers, and then it meets and in a Prag, Dev Prag, there is Alkananda and Mondakini, the Bhagirathi join together to form Ganga. So Ganga actual name starts from this Dev Prag. Next. These are the serial photographs in early 1950s. How was the glacier, the Pindari glacier, 1976, when I visited first. It was still there. It is actually retreating rapidly. In 2011, the last time I visited, it was very small. Next. Now, this part I would like to press your button to show you that there are some technical words or terms. Farm line altitude, it is not the place where the farm grows. It is the altitude across the glacier. There is much snowfall, less melting, and below which much melting, greater melting down, and less accumulation. This is called the farm line altitude. So all the glaciers have their frontline altitude and they are going up and up day by day and year by year. Accumulation exceeds ablution, ablution exceeds accumulation. Ablution means actually melting. There is another term used here. You can see the line I have shown, the joining the top of the neck plane. It is called the trim line of lateral moraine. From where you can calculate, you can imagine how thick was the glacier to up to which height. Next. Okay. Next. This is Mount Everest in Nepal Himalaya at the time of sunset. Next. This is the Khumbu Glacier which comes down from Mount Everest. Next one. This is my field area. This is glaciers in the Sikkim Himalaya around Kanchenjunga. The Kanchenjunga, this glacier I visited. There are 3-4 other glaciers also visited. Going through it is about 4,000 feet, but the snout is there. And I climbed up to 18,000 feet to see the glaciers on stream. Next. This is the snout area of the Raton glaciers. Next. And from here, you keep on pressing your button, it will show you. This is Raton glacier to the left on the image. And this is Ongloktan glaciers. I did my work on both Ongloktan and Raton glacier in the upper Pleistocene. And this is Ratanchu and that is Prekchu, joined together to form the headwater of Tista River. Next. Shrinking Niveti is the accumulation zone of the glacier, that means from where the glacier gets the supply of ice. Next. Okay. Keep pressing, just one press. These are the actually the tributary glaciers which used to feed Raton glacier. Now as the tributary glaciers have actually got detached from the main glacier, they don't contribute anymore and the glacier is retreating very rapidly. Next. Again the trim line you can see, this is the Khumbu glacier, I showed it earlier. That means you can see how thick was the glacier in the beginning and how much it has been deteriorated, came down. Next. Trim line is there. And snout at present, and snout 50 years ago, this Raton glacier. 1.8 kilometer in 50 years time, it is the total retreat of the glacier. Next. Earlier stage of the glacier, width wise, that was the place again. Maximum width was there and present width has gone down. Next. As the glacier retreats and melts away, the water forms the small lakes in front of the glaciers. Next. This is the fractured glacier, Raton. Now if you go there, it is no more there. It is the photograph was taken in 1995. And the water accumulated in front of the glacier formed, they are the moraines, they are not the drum beams, but they are the moraines, they are called the retreat moraines. Next. Deglaciated valley, glacier retreated and the glaciated valley is left behind. Next. Crevasses, very dangerous. When you traverse the glaciers to go up the high altitude areas, there is always the danger you can fall through the crack lines, cracks, and at the bottom of the glacier, even your body cannot be found out. Next. These are the crevasses, these are actual forms of the glaciers. Close photographs. Next. These are names and the lake is formed in front of it. Retreating glacier. 18,000 feet top, and I took the photograph downstream of the Raton glacier. The moraines you can see, Ongloktan glacier, the other glacier that is started there, the West Sikkim, and it is always important for a geomorphologist to prepare a map upon your observation, different parts of the glacier and the surrounding areas. These are the lakes, crack lines, and the contours are shown. Next. Snout is there, actual photograph is there. Then lake is there, small lake formed as a result of glacier retreat. Next, the large lake is also formed. And detached, depleted lakes. Next, this is how it looks like. It is very recent, 10 years ago I found the glacier, Rampurhat glacier has retreated very abruptly and very remarkably, and the line and also the valley with the covered with moraines are left in front of it. Next. Glacier retreat and the result, small lakes. Next. Yes. Now this is the photograph that is actually 3-dimensional pictures of image, Landsat data 1978. In those days, photography was not all that developed in the image, but you will see the next one, 2006, photographic condition, and also camera work has developed very much, and you can see the two valleys, parallel valleys, Raton and Omruttan. Mapping, final mapping. The vegetation line green and the upper part of the area, as you can see, the Omruttan glacier and Raton glacier as they are retreating. At the end, I will show some photographs of our adventure. You can see with the rucksack behind me, we are working. Our chatra holo shuru ekhon Rampurhat. These are not flowers, they are the heather. Nodi chalar deke pagal para. When you go there, you suffer from building. Never forget the scenery that you see in front of you, just like the heaven. Next. So red, but don't make mistake that these are the flowers, these are the heather. More shrubs, and these flowers, they become full of flower in September, October. Next. I was at about 14,000 lake. Not that you become a poet, but it will actually inspire you to recite the poems of Rabindranath Tagore. Although he has never been to the high altitude areas, he imagined, and he has written some of the lines in his poems which are very much resembling to the ones we can see in the present time in the high altitude areas. Next. So blue. It is not that the blue water, it is the transparent water, but in the high altitude horizontal area, the lakes look like this. Yes, just once. এইখানেতে রঙিন আলোয় মিলে গেছে সাদা কালো, এইখানেতে ঢেউ ছুটেছে এবারে এইবারে। Next. Kanchenjunga, closest view. We went to Gochala and beyond that, about another 1.5 kilometers ahead, and we saw the top of the Kanchenjunga. Kanchenjunga is a 4 Bhutia word. Kang means borof, snow or ice. Chen, large. Z is the storehouse, and Nga means 5. 5 large storehouses of snow and ice, as the Bhutia always consider it, and they worship as the god. This is another unknown peak. Typical view of pyramidal peak. These are the small glaciers. Other glaciers, you can see the crack lines here, not the cracks. At about 12 at night, we saw the photograph, we took the photograph in the high altitude where we are camping at 14,000 feet, and here you always recite, আমি শুনবো বসে আধার ভরা গভীর বাণী. Now, I come to the end. The Kanchenjunga looks really bright and wonderful, just like the heaven, the God of the heaven. তোমার প্রেমে ধন্য করে যারে সত্য করে পাইছি আপনাকে. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Professor, for your excellent presentation. You have beautifully presented on geographical research on high altitude environment in the Himalayan region. And he also presented the alarming fact that over the last 18,000 years, the temperature rose 14 degrees Celsius, and over 130 years, 1.6 degrees Celsius. Means it is a very serious situation. And he also shared that climate change affects the glacier and hydrology. And he has shown us very beautiful slides. And I'm very glad to note that at this age also, he goes in high altitude up to 18,000 feet, which I cannot imagine. Maybe I can try. Anyway, his research study will be beneficial for his research as well as for the whole country. And he mentioned about the Groundwater glacier, Rathon, Kanchenjunga and Khumbu from Nepal, and we also have many glaciers, and some are under damage and some are in potential threat. Anyway, with this, I would like to now invite the second speaker, Professor Narayan Chandra Jana, and I will read out his biography. It's too long, so I will try to make it short. Professor Narayan Chandra Jana is an applied geographer with a postgraduate and doctoral degree in geography, postgraduate degree in disaster mitigation, postgraduate diploma in sustainable rural development, and diploma in tourism studies. He has contributed more than 120 research papers published in various national and international journals and edited volumes. He has authored 4 books. Here are the names, but I think you can read it out later on. And he has edited 8 books entitled on various topics. And Dr. Jana was also actively engaged in postdoctoral research and teaching in the Center for the Study of Regional Development, Jawaharlal Nehru University, New Delhi, for 5 years. He was the coordinator in East India of the International Geographical Union Commission on Geography of Commercial Activities. Okay, thank you for your understanding. So now I would like to invite Professor Jana for his presentation. Thank you.
Yes, introduction. Very good afternoon. Only few are present in this artificially built auditorium. एक कहावत है ना, हम बोलने वाले हैं, सुनने वाले भी हैं. So, I mean, parallel session is running. So, my topic of deliberation is disaster risk reduction and resilience building. Actually, all we are under risk. Professor Milapchand Sharma in the first half, he was telling about the glacial retreat. That means that is the direct indication of risk. I mean, glacial melt, glacial retreat under climate change and global warming. Professor Bandyopadhyay also indicating the channel eversion. That means nobody is free from disaster, and every place on the earth's surface is not free from disaster, but the frequency and magnitude may vary. And coincidentally, the country is located in the tropical region. They represent low economy, dense population, and disaster prone because they are technologically less advanced. I mean, we the people are under risk. And even the developed country also, they are under risk, but the tropical region are very much risk prone due to dense population. Next. So these are the outline of my deliberation. Next. 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 So what is risk actually? If we are exposed to hazard, I mean one thing, but there is a little bit distinction between hazard and disaster. Hazard, it was there 100 years, 200, 300 years back, but it has become disaster when we have realized, when it caused to colossal loss, when it has affected the biodiversity, then it has become disaster. So, this is the switching over of hazard to disaster with the passage of time, due to demand, desires, aspiration, due to development intoxication. I used to mention many of my deliberation that now we are suffering from development intoxication. Next. So, on one hand there is natural hazard and on the other there is vulnerable system. Now problem is hazards were there, hazard has become disasters. Now the international expert all over the world, they are now very much concerned about the risks and vulnerability. It is not like that flood is occurring today. Flood was occurring 100, 200 years back. But that time, nobody thought about that risks and vulnerability. We are very much concerned. We not merely the geographer, but risk and vulnerability has been dealt by the multidisciplinary expert. Next. So if you are exposed to hazard, you are under risk. But we are compelled to be exposed under hazard. We are in risk. If there is no exposure, there is no risk. But risk, the frequency and magnitude of risk and vulnerability are increasing with the passage of time due to the increasing developmental activities and increasing human intervention in the environment. Next. So climate change is one of the main culprits. Every speaker, they have touched upon the global warming, climate change and the worst consequences. Next. So there are certain common evidences of disasters. Population. Population is one of the main culprits for increasing disaster risk. You see the red patch. I mean now India ranks first in terms of population growth, population number. China is now second. So at least India is number one in terms of population growth. So population, we are yet to reach. I mean the 2021 census that has not been published, but we are yet to reach 145 crores of population in India. So that means the increasing number of population which necessitates the requirements, the day-to-day needs. That's why India is confined to the subsistence economy. India is a developing country. India is trying to be developed, but the main threat is the increasing number of population. So South Asian countries or Asian countries, and specifically the South Asian countries, they are the largest contributor of population to the world figure. So which poses the risks? Next. So this emoji, I mean it is self-explanatory. How the population is increasing, how the population is voluminous. That was a prediction by 2050. Next. So these are nothing but the common environmental consequences. I mean if population is increasing, deforestation will be increased. Now in India particularly, there is an increasing tendency of urbanization. Megacities are increasing, metro cities are increasing. and small and medium towns are also increasing. I mean, municipal corporation, municipalities, notified area authorities, and there is a constant migration of rural people to the urban areas. That means we are gradually witnessing rural depopulation, and the change in, I mean, if you go to any rural area, then Pradhan Mantri Gram Sadak Yojana, it is good because road is considered to be the lifeline for Indian economy, but which hinders the local draining of waters. Now, flood is occurring locally not due to the spillover of channels, but due to the congestion of water which is not naturally draining out, due to the Pradhan Mantri Gram Sadak Yojana. Each and every village is connected by road. Road is essential definitely for boosting up the rural economy, and India can be recognized through its villages, but which has also a number of consequences we are gradually facing. Next, so this is reckless mining. Mining is one of the important sector of economy, industry, urban area, whatever, but reckless mining. I mean nearby Raniganj coalfield. I mean, in addition to mines controlled by Eastern Coalfields Limited, there are innumerable number of illegal mines. So after mining is over, you have to fill up the vacant land by sand or something else, which is not done properly. So that reckless mining, it gives rise to a worst environmental consequences. Likewise, industrial and urban pollution, land degradation by industry and urbanization, and there is an urban sprawl, particularly in India. Not the planned urban area, but the urban sprawl we are gradually facing. Next. So, I have cited one example, local example. Sand mining, sand extraction. This is the sand extraction example of lower reaches of Damodar. I mean, if you come to Bardhaman and the Sadarghat area of lower Damodar, there are certain valley or sand ghats controlled directly by the government of West Bengal. But side by side, you will find a number of illegal sand mining ghats. The sand mafias, I mean the term is very common, sand mafia, they are extracting rigorous sand from the channel bed of lower Damodar. So this is one of the risks we are posing to the environment, and we are shedding our tears for increasing risk and magnitude of vulnerabilities. Next. See, very interesting. A sand bath, Boroban, a sand bath has been constructed along the river. The right side is the lower reach and the left side is the upper reach. This sand bath is for storing water, for providing water for the high-yielding variety cultivation and the lower reach. And what will happen? Definitely, from the upper reach, it will provide irrigation water to the high-yielding variety production. But what will happen for the lower reach? The channel dynamics or the channel configuration will be changed because the water has been prevented in the upper reaches. So that was the problem. At every sphere, at every moment, we are obstructing, we are intervening in the riverine phase, say for riverine phase, for the mining areas, for the forest areas, and we are very much concerned about the worst consequences of disaster. Next. See, the brick-kiln industry along the channel bed, which is also another indication of its obstruct natural flow and it increases the flood. The river channel has been constricted or has been narrowed down due to the construction of brick-kiln industry in the channel. So this is a clear indication of encroachment. Next, this building has also been constructed along the river bed. I mean, the businessman is very clever and intelligent. He has constructed the building along the pillar, you know. He know for each year, I mean, he know to what extent and to what level the flood water increases. That's why he has constructed the building along the pillar. But this is also a clear-cut encroachment that if you construct a building along the river channel bed, that means you are narrowing down the channel bed. Next, disaster risk reduction. Next, this is a synoptic view of disaster risk management. You know, I mean, everybody knows this is a common view of prevention, preparing, responding, and recovering. This is a very common synoptic view for disaster risk management. Next, that means disaster is not merely for the people or the experts who belongs to the earth science discipline. It is an area for the experts of every discipline. That sociology people can also be engaged in disaster management. Psychological people. I mean, when disaster occurs, there is a growing phenomenon of trauma. So that can be dealt in by the psychology people. So it is not merely for the people of earth scientists, earth science. Next, there are certain initiatives. I mean, very quickly I will pass over. IAGR framework for action, Sendai framework. I mean, Professor, Maxer, he has touched upon this Sendai framework. Even decade on ecosystem restoration is very new. I mean, it has been introduced in 2021, and the International Science Council, they are also keeping their head up for disaster risk reduction, and United Nations Disaster Risk Reduction Initiative. Next. So there are certain private. There are certain priorities of action. There are 5 priorities of action. Basically, all those disaster risk reduction program launched by United Nations, they are addressing the development goals. This 10-year disaster risk reduction program, it has addressed the Millennium Development Goals between 2005 and 2015. So there are 5 priorities of action. Priority action 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Priority action 1, that ensures that disaster risk reduction is a national and local priority with strong institutional basis for implementation. That's why now disaster management section has been introduced at the district level. There is a separate wing for district level, DM's disaster management wing. Particularly in West Bengal, we have observed that there is a separate wing of disaster management at the district level. We have to identify, assess, monitor disaster risk and enhance early warning. We have to increase the knowledge, innovation, education to build a culture of safety and resilience and knowledge, reduce the underlying risk factors, and strengthen disaster preparedness for effective response at all levels. Next. So Sendai Framework for Action between 2015 and 2030. It has also, it will address to achieve the Sustainable Development Goal by 2030. So there are 4 priorities of action. Understanding disaster risk. So basically, disaster management has got momentum in the decade of 1990s of the 20th century. So in the first quarter, I mean since the inception of 21st century, it has got momentum, and each and every country of the world, they are now engaged in thinking about the disaster whenever they are chalking out any plan or program for development of the respective country. Next. Even decade on ecosystem restoration. Next. So, when this Viable Framework for Action is there, Sendai Framework for Action is there. So, what is the necessity of introducing the UN Decade of Ecosystem Restoration? It has been introduced in the year 2021 when Corona pandemic occurred. We have witnessed the transparency of air because there has been substantial reduction of automobile pollution, substantial reduction of pollution from the industries, and Himalayan mountain chain. People from Jalandhar, they have observed the Himalayan peak. So that means nature has replenished itself. So even then thought that there should be a revival or re-emphasizing of the ecosystem, major ecosystems of the world. It is not like that ecosystem, there was no initiative from the UN to restore the ecosystem, but they have re-emphasized on the restoration of major ecosystems of the world so that the magnitude and frequency of disasters can be reduced. Next. So there was initiative from the International Science Council. Recently, they are moving forward towards the disaster risk reduction. IAGR. IAGR is nothing but the Integrated Research on Disaster Risk. That means a host of initiatives have been introduced at the international levels towards reducing the disaster risk. And the objectives of IAGR is to improve knowledge and understanding of it, because it is the header, it is the concern of the experts of all science disciplines. So that's why the International Science Council has also come forward towards disaster risk reduction all over the world. Next. Our country is also sensitive enough. There are Prime Minister's 10-point agenda on DRR, and IUINDRR, Indian University Institute Network for Disaster Risk Reduction. Next. So, out of 10 agenda, you just look at the agenda 6, develop a network of universities to work on disaster related issues. Everybody knows that government is now trying to connect all the educational institutions, particularly the universities, research institutions, and in some cases colleges under the disaster risk reduction network, and NIDM is playing the pivotal role in this regard. Now maybe 340 universities have been connected with this network, and my university has been connected this year. Our registration number is 322. And Jadavpur, then IIT Kharagpur, And a number of universities in India, they have been connected with this network, because Government of India is trying to aware the people at all levels, not merely the, they are trying to create a sense or rhythm in the academic atmosphere, so that that rhythm can be disseminated to all the stakeholders at all levels of the society. Next. Disaster resilient society. So this is the answer. In spite of many initiatives taken at the international level, at the national level, we have to live with disaster. Where to move? If people of lower Gangetic Plain, they want to move to Himalaya, that is the earthquake prone. If they want to move to the coastal areas, that is tropical cyclone prone. If they want to move to other place, no place over this earth is free from disaster. So we have to live with disaster, we have to live with flood, we have to live with tropical cyclone, we have to live with landslides. But our resilience are to be increased. So this is the main concern at the international level. They are talking about the resilient society. Because if people are aware, and there has been a tremendous progress in the technological front, particularly the forecasting of tropical cyclone, little bit progress for the occurrence of earthquake, but there is no prediction of earthquake. Their research is progressing, but no prediction for earthquake. But when and how it will occur, that is not known. But whatever may be the prediction, in some of the cases, for some of the disasters, there are forecasting beforehand. That's why now human casualties and the colossal loss to biological component and the damage to property have been reduced as much as possible. So, what are the requirements of disaster resilient society? Anticipate risk and understand and assess risk. For that, awareness level has to be increased. Prepare to adjust. So we have to adjust with the disaster. There is no other way. And what are the benefits of disaster resilience? Enhanced resilience allows better anticipation of disasters and better planning to reduce disaster losses rather than waiting for an event to occur and paying for it after. And there are five pillars of resilience: self-awareness, mindfulness, self-care, positive relationship and purpose. By strengthening these pillars, we in turn become more resilient. So we have to increase the awareness, mindfulness, self-care, positive relationship and purpose. So we have to strengthen these five pillars so that we can become more resilient to face any kind of disaster. Next. So disaster resilient communities, building resilience to natural hazards requires an awareness of risk, a commitment by all stakeholders to make change happen, and a structured approach to funding and implementing effective measures for disaster risk reduction. Now, whether the stakeholders will be committed or not, that is $1 million, and further $1 million of question is the investment, funding. Who will fund for disaster management? Only government cannot alone fund for disaster risk management. The business tycoon, the individual stakeholders, those who are haves, they have to come forward for the disaster funding. Next. Actually, problem is, in many of my deliberation, I have pointed out that human is the main culprit, not the number, not the frequency of population is the main culprit, but the demands, desires and aspirations are the main culprit. Demand-based development desire-based development and the aspiration-based development. And that demand, desires, aspiration has now switched over to greed. That greed is the main culprit. That's why I have pointed out in the inception that we have been intoxicated by the development. We are not aspired, but we are greedy enough, and all these are responsible for increasing magnitude and frequency of disasters. So we have transformed. Now I used to say recently that we are not technological, now we are automatic men. There is a period of automation. Everything is automatic. Even we would like to get comfort automatically. Not technological man, but the automatic man. Next. So viewpoint has been changed from metaphysical viewpoint to the profit maximization. Objective viewpoint. We are not living in the world of mind. We are now living in the world of actuality. That is the problem. The switchover of mindset is responsible for all types of disaster. Next. So this is the last one. Linkages between climate change, disaster risk reduction, resilience. A comprehensive approach is essential for disaster risk reduction. All the initiatives have been taken at the international level, but still the awareness has to be increased. Many problems remain, as is clear from the continued growth of vulnerabilities and disaster impact. So it is now an utmost need to streamline all the development plans and initiatives with disasters. So whenever you are going to chalk out any development programs in any country, you have to keep in mind the disaster risk reduction. Otherwise, the development benefit cannot be reaped by the stakeholders. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Professor Jana, for your comprehensive presentation. We learned quite a lot of things from his presentation. He mentioned about disaster risk, hazard, exposure, vulnerability, and so on and so forth. And he concluded by saying that no exposure, no risk. That is very vital and very important message. So we have to avoid the risk. And he also explained about the population growth as one of the major factors of disasters and vicious socio-economic situation. And he also highlighted about reckless mining, and he also mentioned about VIKOR framework of action and SDGs, Sendai framework of disaster risk reduction, and UNDRR's initiative for disaster risk reduction. He also mentioned Prime Minister's 10 points for disaster risk reduction, and he explained about resilient society. So very good. Thank you very much, Professor Jana. Now I would like to call upon the last speaker of this session, Professor Mamta Desai, and here is her brief biodata. Professor Desai was the head of the Department of Ecology, Physical and Human Resources at Netaji Institute for Asian Studies, Kolkata, West Bengal. She served the National Atlas and Thematic Mapping Organization, Government of India, and Deshbandhu University of Calcutta. Before joining the institute in 1982, Professor Desai is known for her contribution to the socio-cultural ecology for the tribal people and hill areas of West Bengal, Bihar and Sikkim, and was entrusted by the Ministry of Environment and Forests, Government of India, the task of evaluating some afforestation programs in Sikkim and Arunachal Pradesh. She has coordinated quite a number of research projects, financed and sponsored by various national and international bodies. She has published 98 technical papers and 16 books to her credit. So now I invite Professor Desai, and the presentation title is Expanding Glacier Lakes in the Indian Himalaya and the Glacier Lake Outburst for disasters in Sikkim and West Bengal.
Good afternoon to all of you, and thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Today what I am going to present, it is a very recent natural or man-made disaster in the Indian Himalayas, that is glacial lake outburst flood. Already we have observed 2 or 3 such type of floods, but not yet we have stopped it or we have got any solution to mitigate it. So whatever I am going to present is not the accumulation of some pictures, but the information so far I have gathered from various sources. Next. We know all that the Himalayan mountain is often referred to as the third pole of the world. These areas are highly seismic. Scientists all over the world have conducted researches on the glaciers along the Indian Himalayas. Next. The recent resulting formation of Himalayan lakes due to climate change and creation of new water bodies and melting of glacier water, and moreover, this melting of glacier waters are the main source of the Himalayan rivers also. But they are also significant threat to glacier lake outburst. Next. Such type of sudden glacier lake outburst have devastating impact on the surrounding physical environment as well as the living community living nearby or downstream further. Such monitoring of the glacier lakes of Himalayan region is a very challenging job because most of them are located in very inaccessible and rugged area and about 4 to 5,000 meter above sea level. Glacial lakes and the water bodies across the Indian Himalayas have found 10.8% increase in area from 2011 to 2024 September, according to Central Water Commission. It has been assessed that there is an increase of 33.7% of surface area of these water bodies. The total area of the glacial lakes within Indian Himalayas was recorded as 1962 hectares in 2011 and which has been increased to 633 hectares in 2024. That is 33.7% increase. And it also has been assessed that 60 lakes in the regions are increased at the rate of 40% even. Next. According to ISRO, stated that the mountain regions of the Himalayan glaciers constitute largest concentration of water bodies. Due to its unique climate setting and high altitude proximity to the Indian Ocean, and Himalayan region undergoes an annual cycle, that is annual huge snow precipitation and melting of the snow. Next. Again, there is a very little data is available regarding this precipitation of snow and melting of the glacier. And the Himalayan glacier, most of them are located at the altitude beyond 3,700 feet to 4,300 feet and are very inaccessible and in rugged terrain. So, survey within this region is almost impossible. As such, Ministry of Forest, Environment and Climate Change has identified the region as one of the thrust vulnerable areas. Next. According to ISRO, This is the ISRO report recently released. 61 lakes out of 676 have expanded more than twice. 10 lakes have grown between 1.5 to 2 times. 65 lakes have grown 1 to 5 times. 14 lakes are located in between 4,000 to 5,000 meters above sea level. 296 are located above 5,000 meters. And among them, 307 are having moraine dams, followed by erosion dam 265, ice dam 8 and 96 others. ISRO has already issued warning about Rampurhat glaciers in the Indus Basin in Himachal Pradesh, located at an about elevation of 4068 meters, showing 178% increase in size from 36.949 hectares to 110.30 hectares in between 1989 to 2022, which is a very large dangerous position. It increased, the rate of increase is about 1.96 hectares per year. Next. This is the rivers and dams of the Himachal Pradesh. Next. Himachal Pradesh has 49 cities and towns, and smallest towns in the Naina Devi and the largest being the Shimla. It has total population of 68,56,000 plus, but the only 7.5% living in the urban area and the rest in the rural area. Himachal Pradesh is having total area of 55,000 plus square kilometer, but having 5 rivers. Those are Satluj, Ravi, Bias, Chenab and Jamuna. Altogether there are more than 25 lakes and reservoirs. Each area has some carrying capacity, but human forgets that. Next. There are a total number of 16 dams in Himachal Pradesh. Among them, Pong is the oldest and the smallest dam, and Bhatanagal being the largest dam. Data collected in between 2015 to 2018 reveals that there has been 32% increase in the lakes in the Chenab Basin, 94% increase in the Ravi River Basin, 97% increase in the Satluj Basin, while there has been 36% increase in the lakes in the Bias Basin. Studies have also revealed that rapidly melting glaciers have created numerous lakes in these regions. Next. This is the Himachal Pradesh map and the glacial lakes. Next. This is the satellite image of Rampurhat Glacier. 1900, that was the picture, and the latest one, that is 2022. Using satellite imagery from 1984 to 2023, ISRO noted that out of 2431 glacial lakes of the Indian Himalayas, 76 are larger than 10 hectares. And, this includes 130 vulnerable lakes located in different river basins, 65 lakes located in the Indus River Basin only, 7 in Ganga River Basin and 58 in Brahmaputra River Basin. In this respect, ISRO has also been contributing to the development of methods, that is dissemination of the reliable data, quick information from remote sensing data pertaining to snow glacier of the Indian Himalayan region. Next. The work has been assumed greater significance as there is no other contemporary technique. Through satellite image to study the expansion of the glacial lake, satellite image is the only option. Scientists of National Remote Sensing Center of ISRO have developed a new automated snow cover estimation unit for analysis of satellite imagery, which can overcome certain limitations for the study of satellite images. Next. Recently, we have experienced a huge glacial lake outburst in Sikkim Himalaya during 2023 October. The Lonak Lake, which is located above 50 to 100 meters on the northwestern part of the Sikkim Himalaya, and that is due to continuous rainfall. As a result, water was discharged into downstream, causing flood, and the flooding also caused in Chumtham hydroelectric dam project in Sikkim to breach and worsen the overall situation. Next. What is called glacial lake outburst flood? It is a sudden and potentially catastrophic flood that occurs when water stored behind a glacier or a moraine is released rapidly due to breaches of the moraine or due to heavy rainfall. Such type of sudden floods can result in catastrophic downstream and millions of cubic meters of water running away within a very short span of time. As per National Disaster Management Authority report, they recorded that during that Gulf, 15,000 cubic meter of water running away to the downstream from the Lonak Lake. Next. This is the list of hydropower projects in Sikkim. Next. There are 20 hydropower projects already commissioned in Sikkim, and 29 other projects have sanctioned or under construction. This is the Tista River basin and the overall situation of the Tista River after Gulf. Next. This is the downstream disaster after lake outburst. Next. This is a very interesting image. Tista flowing through inverted topography. It has been main boundary fault, that means it is a very seismic area, and so we should, I have got this from Google Earth and Professor Malayankul, IIT Kharagpur, Mumbai. Next. This picture was taken by me December 22, and the right one is after blog. I have taken it from the Save the Hill blog of retired Wing Commander Mr. Praful blog. Next. Which area was mostly affected by the disaster, and the Tista water level rose to about 15 to 20 feet, flooding Mangan, Gangtok, Pekiang, Namchi district, and Kalimpong, Kuchbiar, Jalpaiguri, Darjeeling district in West Bengal. And more than 100 people were dead and destroying thousands of houses, sweeping away 100 megawatt hydel project in Chumthang. Next. This is the Lonak Lake before disaster, September 23 and 28 September 23, and after it has been decreased. Recently, some mitigative work has started. Sikkim government has completed survey of 320 lakes, and out of these 320 lakes, 16 have been found very vulnerable. To mitigate such disaster, they have taken some action plan. That those are in collaboration with National Disaster Management Authority and the Swiss Agency for Development and Cooperation. They have decided each and every area has, what I told you earlier, that have some carrying capacity. So they wanted to do next. The survey include the surface geology and the water column of the lake, how much deep is the lake, and the surface area of the lake. 320 glacial lakes are situated on or above 16,000 feet and are big enough to carry around 100 million cubic meters of water. As such, it is estimated that 3 kilometer drop of their locations to the nearest substation can be devastating. The authority is the previous one. The authority is now trying to find out the ways. What are the ways? These include siphoning, pumping, creating alternative channels, using natural channels through the rocks, provided the outer structure of the lake is quite strong. Next. There will be options for building check dams as secondary option. Then if this rugged terrain, the entire procedures are challenging, but they have already installed unmanned monitoring station equipped with proper instrumentation and for monitoring precipitation, temperature, wind speed, with high resolution camera to capture the changing pattern of the lakes. Next. Recently, National Disaster Management Authority has also taken initiative. They have surveyed 7500 lakes, and among them 189 are very vulnerable according to scientists. The situation has become vulnerable since last 20 years, and according to Geological Surveys of India, this critical situation can be analyzed only through satellite images. Next. Very recently, Disaster Risk Assessment Authority, Government of India, only in Sikkim there are such 40 vulnerable lakes, and among them 18 lakes are thoroughly vulnerable, and works have been started on 5 lakes. Government of India has already started 150 crores of rupees for disaster management works in Sikkim, Uttarakhand, Himachal Pradesh and Arunachal Pradesh. Next. Lastly, good news, the scientists from IIT Kharagpur, they have conducted research on the isotope of fossils of mahogany plants aging 5 to 60 lakhs years ago, found in the western areas of Gujarat. They commented that increasing carbon dioxide level is the main cause of global warming that we all know, and consequent all these natural calamities including retreat of glaciers, increasing cyclone, excessive rainfall, and they have concluded by saying that this excessive rainfall will naturally decrease the global life. Let us see for the best for the hope. Next. You all have visited all these areas. This is after the disaster, December 22, the TISA meeting place, that is December 22. And I would like to mention here one thing, the Professor Shumendu Bandyopadhyay referred about evolution of river. I would like to say that each and every river has its own memory. I would like to draw your kind attention about the Kerala incidents, and many research persons from the Sikkim Himalayan region and the Ajini Himalayan region, they say that Sikkim, Etista may change its course before 1787, the older course, it may change, because human interference is the most. Can you imagine, within this short, little state, there are 49 hydropower projects. That is huge human interferences. Thank you very much.
Now it's the time for felicitation, and I'm requesting respected speakers and chairman to come to the stage, and our coordinator and organizing secretary will felicitate the honorable speakers and the chairman. Thank you. Please come to the stage. A big round of applause for the speakers and chairman. We were enlightened by your lectures, and it was a very refreshing session with first-hand experience. And we'll look further for the next speakers. And with these notes, I conclude the first plenary session. Now, Ramesh Chetri, over to you.
Thank you, sir. Good afternoon and warm greetings to one and all. Ladies and gentlemen, we now commence plenary session 2, center on innovative approaches in resource management. These sessions aim to give insight on sustainable strategies and practices for resource management and resilience. The session will be chaired by the distinguished Professor Devendra Kumar Naik from the Department of Geography, Northeastern Hill University, Meghalaya. Professor Naik, extensive expertise in geographical studies, makes his a guiding for the discussions. I welcome you to the stage, sir. Professor Devnarayan Kumar Naik. Our next speaker is Professor Ranjan Roy from the Department of Geography and Applied Geography, University of North Bengal. Professor Roy is renowned for his work on climate, resilience and sustainable agriculture. Okay, I would like to invite Milapa Sharma sir for the chairing the session. Thank you so much, sir.
Roy is there. So, Professor Roy, I invite you straight onto the stage to speak on the topic. Sir, I don't have the topic here. A little bit of minor changes. So before we start, memento is to be.
Yes, sir. Ma'am.
So this is thank you in advance. Professor Roy, stage is yours, sir.
Very good. Very good afternoon. Respected Chairperson Professor Milakchand Sharma, Chairperson and Professor from JNU, distinguished learned delegates and dear participants. It is really a great pleasure to me to speak on a plenary session, and the topic which I have actually selected to speak, that is climate resilient agriculture in India, challenges and way forward. Practically, as you know, that climate change, it is occurring throughout the entire globe, and because of climate change, as we have already observed and we have actually learned from the ICC report, that global warming is occurring, temperature of the earth is increasing, rainfall pattern is already disturbed throughout the entire globe, and as a result, the climate change, there is in every aspect, we have seen that there are negative impacts on environment, on agriculture, and because of this, human beings are the most vulnerable, risks as well as the sufferer. And when we are actually considering the concept of climate change, as you know that climate change, it actually means that the long-term shifts in the climatic events, weather patterns, including the temperature rise and anomalies in rainfall pattern. And because of this climate change, the most important sector where the negative impact we see, that is the agricultural sector, and we know that the sustainable development goals which actually aim at to reduce the poverty, and there will be no poverty as per SDG goal within 2030. So, agricultural sector is one of the most vulnerable sector where the climate change is affecting directly and indirectly throughout the entire globe. And India, as you know, that is the second it was second largest, and right now India, as per 2023 World Population Data Sheet, India ranks the topmost position. India ranks the first populous country in the world, touching 1.45 billion. So, to feed this huge number of mouths, population, and Indian agriculture, which is also being affected because of climate change, and where India being a developing country with a huge number of population, still 70% of population they are directly and indirectly dependent on agricultural sector. 14% GDP still is coming from agricultural sector. That agriculture, how we can actually go for the climate resilient agriculture. So actually, next, coming to the point that I have already mentioned that climate change refers to long-term shifts in temperature, weather patterns, climatic events, rainfall anomalies, and this has already been started very seriously due to human activities, and the main greenhouse gases that are causing the climate change, the increase of carbon dioxide and methane, and energy, industry, transport, building, agriculture, land use are among the main sector causing greenhouse gases. Next. So present day atmospheric carbon dioxide level hovers around 397 parts per million, which is a significant increase over the pre-industrial level. That was actually concentration was 280 ppm, and it is anticipated that the concentration level will be doubled by the end of this century, that is end of the 21st century, that will be doubled. So, and a consequent of increased greenhouse emissions is the increase of heat causing the global warming, and global mean temperature are likely to witness significant increase towards the end of the century, and rainfall is predicted to be highly erratic with fewer rainy days but with greater intensity. So intensity rainfall will occur, will be increased, but there will be the disrupted rainfall pattern. So increased frequency in occurrence of extreme weather events that will cause natural and climatic risks like cyclones, heat wave, cold wave, frost, hailstorm, all within a short period. And agriculture is highly dependent, as you know, on climate. And still, in our country, like India, which is mainly dependent on the monsoon rainfall, irrigation facilities are less in our country. So, the increase in temperature, carbon dioxide, moisture content, water availability, other factors directly or indirectly affect the crops' growth and productivity, which is really the concern of a country like India, being the largest populous countries in the world. So, in this connection, farmers need to intelligently adapt to the changing climate in order to sustain crop yield and farm income. Because farmers, those who are actually actively associated with the increasing productivity, they will have to adapt how this climate, within the changing nature of climate, how the farming activities, how the cropping pattern and cropping system will be adjusted or adapted in the changing phase of the climate change. So, enhancement of the resilience of agriculture to climate risks is of paramount significance or importance for protecting livelihoods, especially of the small and marginal farmers, and we the people who are as directly dependent on the agricultural commodities produced by the farmers. And as you know, that our country, which is mainly characterized by mostly the small and marginal farmers due to the continuous fragmentation of the land holding. So, technology transfer in agriculture has aimed at enhancing farm productivity. Next. So, coming to this fact that how we can actually see these are the climate change impacts, and that actually because of climate change, extreme weather, water scarcity, disease risks and disasters, global warming, soil health, and agricultural activity will be affected. So these are the adverse impact of climate change on the environment, and because of this adverse impact of climate change, there will be the agricultural impact on the agricultural system. Next. So climate change impact on agriculture, it will actually cause severe climatic events, extreme events like drought, flood conditions, increase in soil salinity, alkalinity, then suitability shifts, then high temperature and uncertainty of the monsoon. That is, as we know, the Indian success of Indian agriculture is mostly dependent on the vagaries of monsoon. So, and this will ultimately require the more amount of pest, and because to control the more disease as well as the weeds, and ultimately lower yields and lower productivity, and this way there is the negative impact of climate change on the agricultural sector. Next. So these are the major challenges because of climate change on agriculture. Next. Now coming to what is climate resilience. Actually climate resilience is nothing that how we can actually adapt within the change in the climate system. So climate resilience is the capacity of a community or a group of people or environment to anticipate and manage the climate impacts, minimize their damage, recover and transformation as needed after the initial shock occurs due to the climate change. So climate resilience is the ability to prepare for adaptation to and respond to the effects of climate change. It is the way to prepare people, to protect the people and property from the adverse impact of extreme climate change, such as hurricanes, flooding, droughts, wildfires, as well as other climate-related phenomena or issues that develop due to climate change. So, as we did that climate resilient agriculture, coming to the main point, climate resilient, that is the ability of an agricultural system to anticipate the future, that is adapting the farmers to the new system of climate under how we can actually go for the introduction of the new types of crops and cropping pattern, or introduction of the new system of agriculture under the system of climate change, and how we can actually conduct the agricultural production as well as finally the environment. So why does it matter climate agriculture in India? As I have already mentioned that India is the largest populous country in the world. So high vulnerability to climate change, frequent extreme events, drought actually may occur. Most of the people living in already 70% of the population, Indian population, and many areas are the vulnerable area. Coming next, our slide. So reducing these has actually ultimately resulted the reduction in the productivity of the different types, and because of this, the productivity, lower productivity, again there may be the shortage of food, the food insecurity to feed the largest number of population. So next. So Indian Council of Agriculture ICSSR already has introduced the National Innovation in Climate Resilient Agriculture in the year 2011 onwards. Next. So coming to the major core components of the National Innovations of Climate Resilient Agriculture, the strategic research, technology demonstration, capacity building, and financial assistance. These are the four major components which are actually considered by the NICRA in our country to
introduce the climate resilient agriculture. So the main thrust of climate resilient areas actually cover the following, that next, that is identifying the most vulnerable district and regions, evolving crop varieties and management practices for adaptation as well as the mitigation, assessing the climate change impacts on livestock, fisheries, poultry, and identification of adaptation strategies like climate resilient variants we have developed, which actually most early, but different crops like 8891 cereals, 3119 oilseeds, 3313 pulses. So in different types of crops, climate resilient agricultural practice have already been introduced. Next. So three pillars of CRA, reducing greenhouse emission, sustainable productivity, as well as the building resilience. That is the adaptation of the farmers to cope with the climate change. Sustainability, productivity, improving agricultural productivity, adaptation to climate change, building resilience to the impacts of climate change, and mitigation of greenhouse gases, how we can reduce or minimize the reduction of the greenhouse gases in our atmosphere or in the environment. Okay. So these are the three pillars. And next, I have already mentioned. Next. So, what climate resilient practices are to be introduced? These are the following measures that we can go for the introduction of the climate resilient agriculture in our country. First, water management, improving the soil condition, soil health, livestock management, soil urban carbon expansion, tolerant introduction of the different tolerant crops and breeds in livestock, poultry, integrated pest management, crop identification, introducing organic farming, cover mapping, agroforestry advisory, as well as the farm mechanization. Farm mechanization, for example, these are the different aspects where we have actually the crop diversification we can actually introduce because of to reduce the or to minimize the degree of vulnerability if there is a crop failure, so that if any crop calendar, agricultural calendar year, there is a crop failure, the farmers can be cope up because of the crop diversity, if they actually go for the diversification practices. And the farm mechanization, so next, here for farm mechanization, we can water management technologies, diversification. Next, promoting agriculture, soil organic carbon introduction. These are the, I have actually already shown in the diagram. So the tolerant crops, pattern of drought may need various set of adaptive forum, agro advisory, response farming, and agro advisory means we can go for, say, natural farming, zero tillage method. Okay, so these are the agro advisory, and farm mechanization can be effective answer to address the major challenges that are facing the Indian agriculture in terms of low productivity, as well as to adapt the climate resilient agriculture, and which have a very impact on climatic conditions. And so climate smart technology, farm mechanization is a major strategy for sustainable development of agricultural production and food value chains to ensure the food security and under climate change through judicious use of the agricultural machinery. So, and as you know that mechanization, it was already started during the 1964, during the third 5-year plan, but this mechanization actually, it is the different types that adapting it for climate resilient is new and innovative, to lead more productive and sustainable agriculture. Sustainable agriculture also means that without disturbing our present environment as well as the soil condition. So these are the different pictures, manual drones, semi-automatic drones, analytic platforms, use of the software, robotics, soil sensors, introduction of the different soil laboratory in the remote village areas. So these are the most common farm mechanization techniques that can be introduced for climate resilient agriculture and adaptation and developing crops. So next, so all these are the techniques we have already mentioned. Next, coming to major key challenges. Major challenges, that is climate change and negative impact on agriculture. So climate change may erratic rainfall, extreme weather events, temperature, water scarcity, yield stagnation or lower productivity, and cultivate cereal crops, limited access to technology. So agricultural section, this way it can be actually impacted. These are the major challenges of the climate resilient agriculture in India, and developing countries more vulnerable like our country. So minimum support price regime currently focuses. Actually, our major challenges, what the farmers are actually facing. You will be astonished that just 20 days ago, I have purchased one Lao in Bengal, it is called Lao, that is only 2 rupees, only 2 rupees. But in market, its price more than 40 to 50 rupees. But in farmers, where they are selling in the rural market, they are selling just at 2 rupees. Very funny. And the different types, cauliflower, cabbage, if you see in the rural area, just only 10 to 12 rupees per kilo. But when we are actually purchasing from the town or the urban city center, we are purchasing at the 40, 50, 60 rupees. Brinjal, it is just 20 rupees, 15 rupees kilo. Good quality brinjal in our area, in the village area. So the main support prices, what we are actually announcing by the government, actually farmers, they are not getting the actual price. So that is the main problem. So ensuring the minimum support prices to the agricultural commodities, these are the present need of the hour. And for this, we will have to go for the how we can actually assure the minimum support price that the farmers they are getting. Okay? So minimum support price should be given, and agriculture sector contributes approximately 14% GDP greenhouse gas emissions, and India is relatively low compared to other countries of the world. So most challenging political aspect of climate change policy is the inadequate recognition by village panchayat and local governing bodies, leading to lack of policy initiative at the ground level. That is, farmers, mostly those who are the marginal or small farmers, they are not getting any kind of government help, the government support in terms of policy, in terms of minimum support prices. So they are actually always deprived, and they are mostly the vulnerable section. So what are the government policies here? Government have actually introduced the different types, but actually we don't know that how much the smaller marginal farmers, they are actually getting the benefits, and everywhere the problem is there. Next, so these are the major initiatives. So climate resilience agriculture. So many plans have already been taken, but still these are on the paper. Sometimes these are not implemented in a proper way due to some political issues in many of the regions or across the state in our country. So this is next. So next. Come to the conclusion. I am not actually going in detail about that is successfully climate resilient. Some of the states they have made successful. Some Sikkim, Maharashtra, part of Rajasthan, Andhra Pradesh, Tamil Nadu, Himachal Pradesh in a small way. So a pathway to sustainable food security, we can say that unless we actually give the lessons, the farmers in a proper way to adapt the impact of climate change and how the new agricultural systems, how the farmers will be benefited in a right way, the climate resilient agriculture will not give any fruitful result to the small and marginal farmers, and the country will not actually be on the line of actual development, because the farmers, if they do not, because farmers are the real builders of our nation. So if they do not actually benefit out of their activities, out of their production, out of their agricultural scenario, so our country will not actually see the right path for the development, for be it the economic development or be it in the case of the agricultural development. So we need the key direction, and the policy makers, those who are actually making the policy, they should know what is actually happening. The people who are actually making the policy, who are actually implementing, are just sitting in the city like Delhi or Kolkata or Mumbai or Chennai, but they will have to learn. They have to go to the village area, that what are the real problems of the farmers, why they are not getting the minimum support prices, and if they do not get the minimum support prices for their agricultural commodities. So climate resilient agriculture, how they will be coped, how they will adapt in this system. So I hope that the policy makers, the government authorities, they will go to the rural areas, village areas, they will learn the exact real problems, what the farmers, especially the small and marginal farmers, they are facing the problems, to make the success story of the climate resilient agriculture in a country like India, being the largest populous countries in the world. Thank you.
Thank you very much for such a wonderful topic. But then what we need to do is really, at times I feel we need to calculate the output in terms of increase in temperature, increase or decrease in precipitation also. So how much percent will be affected in terms of yield? That we need to work out. And also we have to be careful about global politics. There is concerted effort by the Western countries, the North, that the paddy growing countries are the ones who contribute to the climate change, number one. And also India, where we are saying that we should go in for organic farming. And we have the largest animal population in India, in the world, in India. Now, they say that the cow dung, production of cow dung also is affecting methane production, so climate is changing. So these political tones, of the Western world is to be understood, what we want, whether we want to go in for organic or whether we want to buy their fertilizers, all the time. We have to be dependent. I think this is very interesting to listen, sir. What you have presented, it was beautiful. We have to be very careful. I talked about glacier and water. Professor Chadha also talked about glacier and drought. But here, something which feeds us. If there is no food, we go where? We go to Antarctica. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Professor Ranjan Roy, for wonderful insight, giving and enlightening us regarding the agriculture, that India is totally dependent upon the agriculture and we have to rethink about it. And thank you so much to Professor Milap Chand Sharma for chairing these sessions. I will end these sessions. Now we have another sessions for ECL. Ladies and gentlemen, we now begin the special session hosted in collaborations with Eastern Coalfield Limited. This session will show the light on the critical initiatives undertaken by Coal India Limited in promoting sustainability through green mining and clean coal practices in India. Our distinguished speaker for this session is Sri VIKOR Bhattacharya, General Manager Geology at ECL. Today he will deliver a talk on the topic Role of Coal India in Green Mining, undertaking clean coal initiatives and achieving sustainable development goals. This presentation will provide valuable insight into how India, largest coal producer, is contributing to sustainability while addressing energy security challenges. Sri VIKOR Bhattacharya, the stage is yours. Please join me in welcoming him with big round of applause.
Again, good afternoon. After a long session, after a long break, I'm again in the stage. Let us give you a change. Let me show you a video. Before I am going to my presentation, let me show you a video. Please, video number 1. This video shows how Coal India is preserving the environment. With mining, there is a lot of dust, and that regularly this dust is being drained by water to certain amount so that dust suppression is there. Now second video. This is another method in the coal dump area where there is every time there is dumping from teapot, dumper. So this way it has been controlled. Now PPT. I will not take so much time. I will try to cover it very fast. Next. Again, I am expressing my gratitude to Rampurhat College for calling me or inviting me in this prestigious forum. Next. Actually, ACL is working in Raniganj Coalfield. Sometimes before also Raniganj Coalfield comes in the picture. ECL is working in Raniganj Coalfield. Most of the part is in Bardhaman and some part is in Dhanbad and other part is in a large part of it is from Dumka to Godda. So here it is, we are seeing Raniganj Coalfield. Raniganj Coalfield is, there are small hillocks, mostly planar part. It is bounded on the north by Ajay River and in the south by Damodar River. And in between is the Raniganj coalfield. Whole coal belt is lying in between these two rivers. Next. Already I have told you the location. The coal reserve, it is a huge coal field, 1900 square kilometer and 25 billion ton is reserved as per GSI estimate in the last figure. Next. It has started mining in 70s and commercial mining has been done by ArcGIS company in Raniganj, Narayanpuri. This is a stratigraphic succession, geological succession. That is, everything of coal starts, some part is restricted in tertiary, that is older to quaternary, and rest are restricted in Permian era. That means here you have Raniganj formation and Baraka formation. These two are coal bearing formations, and there is in between barren major shale, which is very potential for shale gas, and work is going on for production of shale gas from this area. Next. Next. What ECL is actually doing here, ECL is doing geological exploration, and from the geological report they are exploiting or finding out or taking out coal and marketing that coal to the community. Around 50,000 employees are in ECL, and last year we have produced 47.5 million tons of coal. Every year we are increasing our target as per the demand of Central Government Ministry of Coal. Next. Next. This is Birbhum coalfield. Actually we are here. As there is no pointer, so I have to move. This is Rampurhat here. This is the line joining Dumka, and this is the whole coalfield is lying here. Whole coalfield. This is Brahmani. Brahmani coalfield is recently under exploration. That has huge coal, around 2 billion tons of coal. It will be huge in the future. It will be a huge coal mine. And there is, you can see Devcha Pachami, whose exploration has been completed, and after that its mining plan is under preparation. And around Rampurhat there are 3 to 4 major coal mining blocks. Next. Next. Now I am giving you just some picture of our production. From 2021, our Indian total coal production is 710, out of which is nearly 600 ton is from CIR and 50 million ton is from SCCL, rest by captive and private product. And in the last year, our 2023-24, our production is nearly 1000 million ton, and Indian production, and CIL's production is 773 million ton. Our ambitious target is by next year we will produce about 1 billion ton. So every day coal production is increasing. That is not a fantasy, that is not a dream, that is not for marketing purpose, that is, it is a purely demand and supply position. This demand is day by day increasing, So don't live in the world that coal demand is reducing and there will be no place of coal in the future. Coal will continue for another 100 years. Because we are third world country, we have to mainly depend on coal. There is alternate source of energy in here, solar, tidal, water, everything is there. And I will dwell on that afterwards. But coal is the major source of energy here. Our coal reserve is around 378 billion ton. This is as per Geographical Survey of India estimate. And mainly production is from open cast 96% and 4% from underground. Next. But now comes sustainability. For the sustainability, we practice some eco-friendly methodologies. Like we try to avoid maximum forest area we try to avoid. But where we can't avoid, we have to obey by government rules, that is providing forest land instead of that. That is compulsory accredited land to the government instead of that acquired forest land. Now generally we avoid blasting, drilling while mining. So we have devised, we have implemented highly mechanized machineries which increases production as well as which preserves the environment. Like in surface operation we use surface miner, in underground we use continuous miner which augments the production as well as it preserves the environment as well. Also along with it, the heavy earth moving material machineries which we are using, we are gradually replacing those from diesel operated to electrical operated, diesel shovel to hydraulic shovel, like that we are doing. Next. Now comes water management. How we are managing the water? The water which are stored inside open cast or coming out from the underground mines, we are treating them for our domestic and for industrial use. Extra water where there is washery in coking coal area, we are using them for coking without getting coal from river or from other place, without damaging the water. We reuse our water. We give maximum stress on conservation of water. Next. Now waste management. In our definition, in our day's world, nothing is a waste. Everything can be here. I have seen the display over there. They have displayed different models. Beautiful models are there. I have supplemented them something because those models are beautiful. I have supplemented them to just have a calculation, to include a calculation of the financial aspect inside that, so that any project, there is no charity. We are Government of India organization, but we don't have any charity. We sell coal and we earn our living. So whatever we do, we have to, our R&D is our own money, our production, our salary, everything is from our own money. And we have to simultaneously, we have to stick to government regulation regarding environment, regarding everything. Regarding sustainable production, sustainable development. So whatever open cast mining we are doing, we are dumping backfilling method. We are initially keeping it outside and after that we are backfilling it. We are maintaining that open cast. Again we are. There is a term like mine closure and mine opening. Before opening a mine, we can't take a single pick of material, rock or soil sample without the proper permission of the Government of India. That is, mine closure plan has to be submitted. Along with it, that we have to have a commitment that at the end of the mine life, cessation of the mine life, the portion of the mines has to be brought back to the original condition. We have to bring it back to the original socio-economic and the original condition we have to. For that, there is mine closure plan, and every year we are submitting around 80 to 100 crores of money to Government of India as a guarantee. And side by side we are doing mine closure activity also. This is also a part of sustainable development. I don't know whether other mining company, those who are not registered, they are doing it not, but all registered companies like Coal India and even mining company, they have to do, otherwise their permission will be stopped. So after fulfilling, there is biological reclamation, that means plantation. Even not only plantation, it gives employment to the locals, it gives it also gives oxygen to the environment also. Next. Environment, there are 4 factors. These 4 factors, air, water, noise, soil, we use to maintain all this. Next. And has to submit report on this environment as per environment guidelines. This is subsidence management, because there is underground working up there is every chance of subsidence. So we have to take enough steps so that it should not subside by pillaring, by wire meshing, and by defined other methods. Next. Now, Coal India, I have already told that electrical machineries, Coal India has diversified in some aspects. Other than production of the coal, they are now engaged as per Government of India guidelines. By 2030, we have to gasify 100 million tons of coal. This will help in import substitution, and along with it, this will also help in keeping environment clean. So, as a part of that, ECL and Coal India, ECL is a part of Coal India, we have adopted some of the methodologies. Next. So how? Coal is gasified by surface gasifier. After that, the synthetic product, synthetic gas is prepared, which is a combination of carbon dioxide, monoxide, hydrogen, and several other gas. This synthetic gas, from the synthetic gas, we have planned to prepare downstream product like methanol, syngas, or from that further downstream product like that. Presently in ECL, a scheme, a MOES has been signed and a joint venture has been done with Gas Authority of India Limited, GAIL, for a surface coal gasification plant to be erected a 250-acre land at Raniganj. And the main product will be substitute natural gas, whose product will be used either in fertilizer or as a substitute for liquid petroleum. Next. Now coal gasification. There are 2 types of gasification. Underground coal gasification, that is the coal which is inside, all coals are inside the Mother Earth, but which cannot be extracted economically. That energy can be recovered by underground coal gasification methods. That I will show you. That is diagrammatically I will show. And surface coal gasification, that is it is done in the surface. Both will what we will do, it will reduce the emission and import substitution I have told you earlier. And this syngas will be the feedstock I have told you earlier, syngas for this methanol, synthetic fuels, or further degraded product also. And there are huge amount of low grade coal which cannot be utilized properly. That can also be utilized here. Next. These are the 3 plant conceptualized of coal gasification plant. One in Eastern Coalfield, one in Mahanadi Coalfield in Odisha, and in WCL, Western Coalfield in Maharashtra. These are the product. The product will be SNG in ECL, that means substitute natural gas, and MCL and WCL will produce ammonia nitrate. So this ECL, there will be an involvement of 13,000 crore, and for Mahanadi Coalfield there will be an involvement of 11,000 crore and estimated involvement, and for WCL there is an estimated involvement of 8,000 crore. For MCL already joint venture and separate company has been formed. It is a joint venture in CIL and VAIL. So CIL is pursuing this clean coal initiative at a tremendous speed. Next. Already I have told. Next. Yeah. This is a diagram of underground coal gasification. How it occurs. In the base there is coal seam. This coal seam through one inlet channel coal is burnt, and that the gas form is taken out from the other well, and this syngas is used in thermal power station or can be used as a feedstock for fertilizer or others like that. This mechanism, this pilot plant I have seen just 4 months before in Australia in Lee Creek coalfield, which is around 650 km from Adelaide. They have already set it up, and they are planning to prepare, they are planning to expand it to commercial level. They have erected total grid line connection. They will supply this. Huge power will be supplied for Australia, for Australia from this underground coal gasification project. This coal is lying at a depth of more than 600 meter, which cannot be extracted economically. So they are evolving this technology, and we are also pursuing this technology. You are all if you are interested, you may come at TCL. We are doing R&D work pilot project in Kasta near Nala on this basic project, and this is the first project in India done by ECL, continuing by ECL. It will be completed within 1 year. Next. This is again map of Raniganj coalfield. In the Oja in the north, blue line, and Damodar in the south, green line. There is this part I will show you. This part is coal bed methane activity, and the north is Nala, and here it is underground surface coal gasification, and there is underground coal gasification. So within 1 to 2 years, you will see a paradigm shift in the structure and in the activity of Coal India Limited. Next. This is coal bed methane. That is, the methane trapped inside the coal layer is very harmful. To protect it, if it emanates in the air, it damages the atmosphere because it is a strong greenhouse gas. Its activity, damaging capacity is many times more than carbon dioxide. But if it can be trapped from a strong gassy mines, then it can be a win-win situation. It can be successfully used. So not only that, in a mine opening, while opening a mine, if gassy content is more, then there is every chance of explosion. So capturing the methane will save the mine. Number two, it can be successfully used. It is a very clean fuel, and it can be successfully used in a thermal or other product. Next. Yeah, mine closure plan. There are two phases of mine closure plan. Mine closure activity, what I have told you earlier, that while opening a project, you have to submit a mine closure plan along with a project proposal. The mine closure plan is a assurance to the government. You have to give the assurance to the government that I will close the mine properly and bring it back to the original condition after cessation of its activities. I will bring it back to the former condition. There will be no damage to the social life, economic life and geographical. This commitment, for that not only commitment is enough, so government will keeps an equal amount of money for, suppose 100 crores is the required amount for this mine closure activity. Government will keep 100 crores from you. And you have to expend 100 crores successively for the mine life. If the mine life is 20 years, then you have to expend after 20 years. You can ask government that I have expended already 100 crores and please give me my money back. Then government will again check. If they found that something is not done, they will cut the money from you and then they will refund. So there are two phases: progressive mine closure plan and final mine closure. During the progressive phase, as the mine is progressing, some mine closure activity has to be done, like employment and some others also, like ground filling, like plantation, the area where coal has been exhausted, that part, vocational training, something has to be done like this. That has been sketched in details, and after closure, the final mine closure plan has to be done. At present, only for ECL, at present we have deposited 1137 crore till date we have. Next year our target is to deposit another 80 crore to Government of India for mine closure. This is guarantee, and we will touch this money. Next. This is a picture of restoration, mined out area, restoration. This is now becomes a park now. This is in Raniganj. Regarding social responsibility, CSR activity, it has to be done by us. Regarding social responsibility, we have taken a number of healthcare initiatives like mobile medical van, ambulance, hospital. During COVID time, we have provided a huge amount. So regularly, this is a regular activity we are performing. Next. Regarding education, at Godda we have opened an ITI in Sekitia. We have opened different schools in different places. Even regular basis we are giving aid to different schools also. In Dumka we have collaborated with ADSIL to provide smart classes. Already smart classes have been installed in 5 schools. And 42 other, total there are 42, 37 schools are there who will get this smart class. Next. This is livelihood program. Our chairman, Mr. Shamiran Doctor is inaugurating. This is in Rajmahal, giving e-rickshaws to the downtrodden peoples. And next. This year, there is a prestigious award which Coal India has received, Green World Environment Award 2024, and Director Personnel from Coal India has received this in UK. This is basically for thalassemia treatment. They have done, Coal India has done exemplary work in thalassemia treatment by bone marrow transplantation and has got this award. Next. These are something clean energy department, community infrastructures like parks, sanitation facility, water supply arrangement, roads. These are regular works. We used to do. Next. For just transition, now it is the buzzword of today. That mining, after that what? Mining, mine closure plan, employment, bring it back to the former condition, then what? Then sustainability still remains. So we not only restrict ourselves there, we reskill, we upskill through different programs. Then we consider a radius of nearly 2 to 3 kilometers beyond the mined out area, and we are doing that. For that, different union representatives, locals, environmentalists are consulted. Next. This is just a plantation bar chart I am showing. Every year we are increasing plantation to area inside our mining lease, outside our mining lease. All this shows that without sustainable thought process, without sustainable development, a society will not exist. Simple mind, taking out the resource, left it open, will not help us. It will destroy, it will damage. So, sustainable development is the key word of today. Before and for that, there should be a thorough planning which we adopt. We do sustainable farming from the basic stage of exploration, that is geological exploration. We practice geological exploration by drilling, seismic survey, remote sensing, 2D, 3D sensing, whatever it may be. After that, geological report. After that, project report. There is chapter on development. Everywhere there is chapter on development. There is a promise, overtly or directly is written, that we will bring back our Mother Earth in its former shape, and we are thinking not for us only, ours only, but for everybody. Thank you.
Coal is an important source of energy in India and we have to preserve it. Thank you Sri Bhattacharya for enlightening us and giving wonderful presentations. Your insight have highlighted how green mining and clean coal initiatives can align with the broader sustainable development goals, inspiring us all to think more critical about sustainable resource management. Now, I would like to invite our convener of this event to felicitate Sri Bhaskar Bhattacharya. Thank you so much, sir, for having with us. Now I will end these sessions. Our next session is Explore Your Academic Future with Springer Nature, and this topic is really very interesting for researchers and students. Ladies and gentlemen, we now move to an exciting and highly relevant session titled Explore Your Academic Future with Springer Nature. This session aims to provide valuable insight in the world of academic publishing, focusing on the process, best practices and opportunities with Springer. We are privileged to have our speaker, Dr. Uday Chatterjee, from the Department of Geography, Barter College, Dantan, Kharagpur, West Bengal. Dr. Chatterjee is an accomplished academician and researcher with extensive experience in research publishing. Today, Dr. Chatterjee will deliver a talk titled Key Insight and Common Misconceptions about Book Publication with Springer. His presentation will address essential aspects of book publishing, offering guidance for aspiring authors and clarifying common misconceptions in this area. Dr. Chatterjee, the stage is yours. Please join me in welcoming him with a round of applause.
you. So, first of all, I like to thank principal of this college, Rampurhat College, convener of this international conference, Dr.JayantaDas, organizing secretary, Dr. Asraful Alam, and all the organizing members and students who are actively involved in this international conference. So I must thank to them. And you know, this is a global platform, so I am happy and thanks to this organizing committee for inviting me in this global and prestigious platform. Myself, Dr. Uday Chatterjee, actually I am official member from SPINJAR, series editor of Sustainability Solution and Transdisciplinary and Interdisciplinary Nexus book series, SPINJAR Nature, who publish, edited, author and monographs. Currently, we are accepting proposal from researcher, faculty members, academician and policymakers. Please, next slide. So, this session will highlight how to publish with SPINJAR Nature, how you can submit your book proposal, how you can submit others like monographs, edited or contributed volume to SPINJAR, understanding the publishing agreement sent by SPINJAR Nature, publishing opportunities. Why you publish with SPINJAR? That is very important for the academician, researcher, especially for the early career researcher who just started their research work. Next, this is my book series, Sustainability Solution. Pleased to inform you that SPINJAR Nature is a very prestigious publication house, and there is only 2 book series which is directly linked to the SDG, Sustainable Development Goals. The first one is SDG Goal Book Series published by SPINJAR Nature, and another one is this one, Sustainability Solution and Interdisciplinary and Transdisciplinary Nexus. Currently, from August 2024, this prestigious international book series accepting proposal from various researchers. And you can see there is the option, you can download the book proposal from and directly submit it to publisher Dr. Margaret, and of course you have to tag me because I am the series editor, and I will provide you my email address later on after this lecture. So this book series specially accepting proposal on climate change, community adaptation, and each and every proposal which is directly linked to the any one of the 17 Sustainable Development Goals. So this is our motto. If your book is directly linked to the any of the SDG goals, you can directly submit it to this SPINJAR book series. Next, scope for publication. Why you publish? You know, many of the researchers in India, they work hard and doing PhD, and their guide actively help them to finish their research work, PhD work. But you know, if you have another scope to publish your thesis, I mean, if there is scope, you can convert your thesis to a book, like author book or monograph. I think this could be a great opportunity for you, and it will explore a global platform for you. You can, everybody, know you published a prestigious book with SPINJAR. So that is a big opportunity for the research scholar, and as well as who actively involved with their research scholars like supervisors. They can also submit a book proposal with their scholar as an edited or monograph or author book in this book series, a Sustainability Solution. But there are certain boundaries. If your book series or your proposal reflect on or explore, like your book proposal explore on the groundwater potentiality of Rampurhat or like Birbhum district, that could be a very difficult for Spinjar nature to accept your proposal, because you know the publishing editor, she always looks for your book's selling point. She is not an expert, subject expert. She is only publisher. So she always looks for a better selling point of your book. If your book has better selling point, they easily accepted your proposal. If you have a Scopus account or you have published some research paper with a reputed publishers, so any researcher from any institution, Spinjar happily accepted their proposal as a monograph or as a author book or as a contributed volume. Next. Why publish? Exchange global ideas, develop new theme. There is a lot of research gap in any field. So your book or your thesis may be explore new ideas or innovative ideas, explore innovative ideas. So you can publish your book as a thesis as a book and publish innovative and novel research work. Transform your ideas or novelty into a book. That could be a great opportunity for you. That could be a unique platform for you because you work hard during your PhD. So that could be a great opportunity. Next. Publishing step. Not only you publish your book, there is the opportunity for you to publish your book would be widely read and cited. And I can show you one example. Please, next slide. This is a book published by Spinjar Climate, Scopus Index book. And you can see this book already reached 2024 February. This book was published by Spinjar Nature. And this book, within few months, this book reached already more than 20,000 access. It means from the diverse field in the country, across the world, they read your book, cited your book, and one policy document also cited this book in IPCC steering committee. They cited this book, Ecological Footprints of Climate Change. And recently, a reputed journal like SAGE, they review this book. One of the researchers, he reviewed this book and published in SAGE journal. Next. Whenever you write a proposal, please don't try to impress. Write to express yourself. General idea. There is a certain format, like background of the proposal, description of the proposal, why your book is unique in any field. Okay, like editor detailed information. This type of information you have to put. But please, one suggestion from my side: write only to express, not impress. So that should be careful whenever you submit. You must be careful whenever you submit a proposal to Spinjar Nature. Next. So before you submit your proposal, you have to be carefully, see these things, whether your book is publishable or not. Like I have already mentioned, if your book, your proposal is confined, like Rampurhat or like Kolkata, this city, this area, a small area, Spinjar will not accept your proposal because this will confine an area. But if your area is big, a broad region, that could be easily accepted by, there is no need to a, big CV like, many publication, many Scopus publication. No, Spinjar don't need this. Spinjar need a good proposal, a unique proposal. Okay, so that could be that should be, must, carefully you have to submit a proposal. When you submit a proposal, that should be taken care of. Next. Before you start, what series editor want? Because I am the subject expert, so I have some, expectation from you. Why I want from you? Original and novel. Your proposal must be original and novel. Next. Sorry. Contributor from diverse countries. Whenever some of the editors or authors from diverse countries, so the chances of your book selling point will rapidly increase. So before you submit your proposal, if your editors are from, or if your authors are from diverse countries, there is a 90% chance of accepting of your proposal. Clear and brief. Your proposal must be clear and brief. There is certain guidelines, and you have to be write your background within 200 words. Precisely, you have to be write your proposal before you submit your proposal to Springer, and must be interesting to the global readers. That could be also taken care of before you submit your proposal. Your proposal, your book must interesting to the global readers, and author and editors with some good CV. So if your book with some reputed authors, like many diverse countries, so there must be a great chance to accept the proposal. And good design, well content, because content is very much important whenever you submit your proposal. Content means the theme of the book. Like whenever you submit an edited proposal, the content is very important. But whenever you submit an author book, the content is also important, but not like edited book. Next, before you start, just look at the research gap. Where is the gap? The unique title for your book. Search for a unique title for your book. You can see many titles: ecological footprints of climate change, indigenous knowledge and disaster risk reduction. Indigenous knowledge. Presently, this topic is highly appreciated. And social morphology and human settlement. Like this type of unique title, Springer like, because they are the international publishers. The international publishers always, the readers always like unique topics. Next. So please, that is not important. Next slide, please. So sometimes whenever you submitted your proposal to Springer, it will take time. It will take 3-4 months to review, because Springer will send your proposal to many professors, like reputed professor from UK, USA, Asian countries. So it will take time, because at least 45 to 60 days it will take to review your proposal. Then Springer will send you some suggestion. If your proposal is good, then Springer will send you to rectify your proposal and resubmit to Springer. But if your proposal is not good, there is a certain point. If they are not happy with your proposal, they directly reject your proposal, and they will send you a message, please find an alternative source of publication for your proposal. Next, cover letters. Before you submit your proposal, please write a good cover letter to series editor and publishers, because they accepted it. Cover letter is your first impression, so that is very important. Next. And whenever Springer send you your proposal for rectification, you have to be taken care of these points. Response, your feedback for each and every comments, that is very important. Sometimes what happened, if you submitted your rectified or modified proposal to Springer, they will directly, without second review, they will directly accept your proposal. Why? How? That is possible? Because I am the subject expert. So Springer will send this modified proposal to me and ask me if there is any need of second review or second review of the proposal. If I am happy with your rectification, I can send a letter to Springer. You can accept this proposal. The modified proposal is very good. So they can accept your proposal, and then they will send you an agreement. What type of agreement? There is an agreement, you have to be signed, digitally signed. What type of agreement? Springer will, there is a misconception. Many of the researchers, they think that if I want to publish with Springer, I have to give some money to Springer. That is a very big misconception. No need to pay money to Springer. You are pleased to know that Springer will give you some remuneration. That could be a prestigious thing for you. Springer will give you some remuneration, like For one author, it will be started from 600 euro. And if your proposal is very good, with 3-4 authors, SPINJAR will give you maximum 1,500 euro for one book. And another one thing is, SPINJAR will give you 2 hard copies, which cost more than 10 to 15,000. Okay, so that should be also taken care of, because there is a misconception. Many of the researchers think that if I submitted one proposal to SPINJAR or if I submitted one research paper to SPINJAR, I have to pay something. You know, there is a guidelines. If you want to publish your book or research paper as a open access, then you have to pay, money. Because anyone, they can download your research paper and read and cite it. So that is different thing, but you don't need to pay anything to SPINJAR. Next, why SPINJAR reject your proposal? That is important. Why SPINJAR reject your proposal? Only some points you have to be taken care of. Lack of novelty. If there is no uniqueness, no selling points, SPINJAR would directly reject your paper. Okay. If your motivation of your proposal is weak, if the editor list is weak, because they have no idea of editing a book or writing a research paper, SPINJAR will see your CV, because whenever you submit your proposal to SPINJAR, you have to be submitted your CV also, your editor's or author's CV also. So that is very important. And poor analysis of the background of focal theme or content. If your content is poor, then SPINJAR will send this proposal to series editor. If series editor thinks that this proposal is not directly linked with the book series, they will send a message to SPINJAR and they reject your proposal. Next. So, I expect from the supervisor, researcher, policymaker, please submit your proposal or please convert your thesis into a book. And that will, expose or explore a global stage for you. Global readers, they know you, they want to collaborate with you. So don't underestimate yourself. Please submit your proposal to an international book series with SPINJAR. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, sir, for wonderful speech. Yes, there is always a question mark for the researcher, students, professor in the university that where to publish the papers, and sir has solved these problems. Now I request to our convener and co-convener to felicitate Dr.JayantaDas. Thank you so much. Thank you, Dr.JayantaDas, for your informative and practical session. Your insight have provided clarity and inspirations to the academic community about publishing with SPINJAR nature. Your presentation has not only demonstrated the process but also empowered researchers and scholars to take the next step confidently in their publishing journey. Ladies and gentlemen, let's give Dr. Chatterjee another big round of applause for these enlightening sessions. Now I will end these sessions. Now we'll move forward for another panel discussion. Ladies and gentlemen, we are now delighted to present panel discussion 1 titled Pioneering Path to Sustainability, Young Geographers in Action. This session focuses on showcasing the innovative contributions of young geographers who are shaping the future of sustainable development. It is an exciting opportunity to hear from emerging leaders in the field of geography as they share their insight, challenges and actionable strategies for a sustainable future. To provide a brief concept note and set the stage for this session, we now invite Professor Ashraful Alam, Organizing Secretary for the seminar and Assistant Professor in the Department of Geography, Rampurhat College. Sir, over to you.
Hello. Good evening all. Our respected chairperson, panelists, participants and distinguished guests. It is my honor the concept note for this session's pioneering path to sustainability young geographers in action. This panel discussions highlights the pivotal role of young geographers in addressing the pressing sustainability challenges of our time. As the world grapples with the climate change, resource scarcity, urbanization and environmental degradations, the perspectives and innovations of young scholars are crucial for crafting sustainable solutions. The idea behind the sessions is to provide a platform for emerging geographers to share their research, insights and strategies. It emphasizes interdisciplinary approaches and innovative thinking which are vital for navigating the complexities of sustainability. This sessions also aims to inspire collaboration among academia, policymakers and practitioners to translate these ideas into actionable outcomes. Today we are fortunate to have a distinguished panel of young geographers from leading institutions. Their diverse expertise ranges from climate resilience and resource management to sustainable agriculture and disaster risk reductions. Through their presentations and discussions, we hope to explore pathways that integrate scientific knowledge with real-world applications. As we engage in this dialogue, let us remember that achieving sustainability is not the responsibility of a single individual or discipline. It requires collective effort, innovative thinking, and a shared commitment to a better future. I encourage all of you to actively participate, share your thoughts, and contribute to these critical discussions. Thank you, and I look forward to an enriching and inspiring session ahead. Thank you.
Thank you, Professor Alam, for laying out the vision for this panel discussion. We are privileged to have as our chairperson for this session, Professor Milakchand Sharma, Professor at the Center for the Study of Regional Development, Jawaharlal Nehru University, New Delhi. Professor Sharma extensive expertise in geographical research and sustainability makes him an ideal leader for this discussion. Sir, we invite you to introduce and guide this session. Thank you, sir.
Good evening, Namaskar. We have Sneshi Saha. May onto the dais. Sneshi Saha, Dr. Bandyopadhyay, Professor Bandyopadhyay. Oh, Dr. Sanjay Bandyopadhyay. Yes. Sanjay Bandyopadhyay.
Very Suja. I can't see any.
Dr. Indrajit Roy Chaudhary. Indrajit Roy Chaudhary. All three of you, please come over.
I think their session is going on. They are engaged in some other session is going on.
What do we do then?
After some time we start after.
এই খুব ভালো আমি একটাই ভাবছিলাম ভাই যাদের শোনা দরকার তারা না ভালো মানে বলবো
Okay, let me introduce our distinguished panelists who bring diverse expertise and perspective to this discussion. Dr. Sinahashis Saha, Associate Professor, Department of Geography and Applied Geography, University of North Bengal. Dr. Sujay Bandyopadhyay, Assistant Professor, Department of Geography, Kazi Nazrul University, Asansol. Dr. Indrajit Roy Chaudhary, Assistant Professor, Department of Geography and Applied Geography, University of North Bengal. Dr. Arjit Majumdar, Assistant Professor, Department of Geography, Jagatpur University. Dr. Azrarul Islam, Assistant Professor, Department of Geography, Alia University. Dr. Tapas Mistry, Assistant Professor, Department of Geography, the University of Burdwan. Dr. Somashis Sengupta, Assistant Professor, Department of Geography, the University of Burdwan. Dr. Vishwajit Bera, Assistant Professor, Department of Geography, Sidho Kanho Birsa University. Now I request to a chairperson for this session and panelists to come on the stage.
কিছু বলতে না তুমি কাজ করো সব আমাদের দিয়ে যাবে তারপরে তোমার যাওয়ার নিয়ে কোনো টেনশন নেই সবাই যখন হবে তখন দেখে নেবো সব ঠিক আছে একটা কথা শুনে থাকবে সব মাল তাড়াতাড়ি তুলো ঠিক আছে ক্যামেরা নিয়ে শোনে 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 খোলা শোনে খোলা স্টিল মারো শোনে দিকে স্টিল মারো স্টিল তো ফ্ল্যাশ না করে দিবে মুখে ফ্ল্যাশ না
Now that we have our friends on the dais, we would like to welcome you on this panel discussion, which is titled as Pioneering Path to Sustainability, Young Geographers in Action. So a lot of time, we have, many of us, we have already closed the limits of working. So it is, tomorrow is yours. So if you carry forward, and strengthen geography for the future, I think that would be your contribution, and I'm sure most of the people in Bengal, they have contributed to Indian geography more than anybody else. So I invite you and give you, these are the names. Okay. Dr. Saha, so you are given 5 minutes to talk on your subject, and each one of you will get 5 minutes, yes? Yes, please. So 5 minutes each, how to move forward. So it's, yes.
Hello. Good afternoon to all of you. This is a session for panel discussion. So for the title is concerned, we thought about the role of young geographers in the passage of sustainable development and their role as a pioneer. To be pioneer is really not so easy, and to have the proper idea and information that how some group of people, a community of people, or a people of a specific age, how they could have came up as a pioneer in the field of sustainability. But sustainability is a question. So we have with us the respected teachers from different universities, colleges with us. Most of us are very much known. So myself was given some time to talk about whatever my thought process goes. Sustainable lifestyle is definitely to have our environment sustainable for future generations at a very outset. And from the very outset, if we think that how and what type of world we will provide to our future generations, if we are not thinking nowadays or today only, then we are missing out, because someone who will care for us, that will not be if we think for today. Some of the very advancements in the real world situations, especially in the western and the eastern world countries, they have started with different type of agricultural, sociological, social, process-based, attitudinal and even learning-based approaches for sustainability, not in the field of sustenance of life as a pattern, but sustenance of life and future. Sustainable lifestyle and its green infrastructure is a present day upcoming aspects. Carbon footprint approaches are becoming too important, because we know the countries, those who are producing carbon, they are trying to have their responsibilities to purchase the level of emitting from the less developed countries who are emitting less. So carbon footprint, it has as well a problem, as well a different kind of issue in international and national level. Some of the areas, the carbon dioxide for sustenance, they are precipitating it down and resulting its further preparation into soaps as well the surfactants. Clean soap productions are going to be achieved in many countries of the world, so that we can reduce down the emission and production of carbon dioxide and its byproducts. Hydroponics, you people know very well of this. It is very important that in Japan and many other Southeast Asian countries, they are receiving hydroponics, whereas the soil is not getting contaminated, as well it is not over-wasted, over-exhausted even, so that some features of use of pesticides are getting reduced. We can have the idea of receiving hydroponics. Biodynamic degraders are also being used. Instead of using the pesticides, rodenticides, nematicides and this type of very harmful acids that are resulting into harm to the environment, we can go for the biodynamic degraders. One mechanism I was just really reading last day, new Muraba mechanism of the Riyadh's new downtown to combine technology and sustainability. So it's a global marvel for the case of immigration. This type of Muraba mechanism we can think for. Sustainable engineering is one of the very important issues to have our environment sustainable for future, as well as sustainable leadership. Sustainable leadership is very much lacking in India. That someone who is in a community based or in a leadership capacity or in a capacity to hold people from outside and to say that this type of activities we should perform or not. There is no proper idea of the do's and the don'ts. Even Agenda 21 for a very local to regional scale, I think Jayanta is a very active person here. We are lucky that Jayanta, sometime I talked with him, that is there any Agenda 21 for local scale for the villagers, the upcoming generation, especially the youth, are they making any Agenda 21? I think that is also a problem in our locality. Eco-friendly leadership is also important, and many parts of the world they are performing this. Product service system, and this has intervening different type of marketable products and services, high added value services, and service versus production. This type of balances are also to have. When I was thinking to talk on this, I was really having a very losing situation. My mind was getting lost. So coming out from this idea, I found that if I have 5 approaches to sustainability, so there is written people, prosperity, plant, peace and partnership. All we are having, but proper interlinkages and proper utilization and coordination between and among people, prosperity, plant, peace or partnership, where it is. If you see all around, there is proper lacuna and irrelational partnerships, irrelational activities, more biased prosperity building. These are causing actually nowadays very advanced societies are actually having this type of problems. If I take into consideration 5 CS SD, okay, that was 5-minute time, lot of things are to be said. There are 10 important, sir, just 1 minute I am getting finding it concluded. So some of the 10 important ways that we can take, like sustainable transformation, carbon footprints, waste reduction, circular ecosystem model, and so many are there, especially green technology and global anti-poverty pooling. This type of new ideas, if we think into consideration, it may help our future to be sustained. I request the organizers, thank you for giving me the chance.
Thank you, Dr. Shah. We have Dr. Rampurhat there. Yes, coming. Okay, we can start with Indrajit. Indrajit is there.
So very good evening to all of you. The topic that dealt today regarding the discussion, the panel discussion, that's the role of new generation regarding the sustainability issues. Now, I'm just focusing on in perspective of the research domain, the research ideas. Now, very important tool, there are 17 goals regarding the Sustainable Development Goal which have been discussed since morning. Now, the new generation definitely should focus on very primarily objective, that is the safety and security in all the cases. Because right now, there are a lot of new research is going on regarding the sustainability, because it's a new arena of research, new domain of research which is going on. And the new generation should focus on the sustainability issues, and they should focus on some of the agendas. The agendas in terms of safety and security, the agendas in terms of the clean water mission, the agendas in terms of the clean environment. So these kind of issues they can incorporate it, because regarding the society, the societal development, regarding the societal improvement, safety, security, clean mission, clean environment, then it's incorporated the proper management of the environment in terms of the urban society, very important domain right now in the research arena. So the new generation, the new geographers, especially belongs to the social geographers, belong to the human geographers, even the environmentalists, they have to focus on this kind of arena, like the how to manage the society, how to improve the society in different way. And if I am talking about the safety security issue, right now the one new arena, new domain has been started, that is called the, previously it is not the part of the geographical research, but right now this arena is being included for safety and security of the society, that is called the crime geography. And regarding the crime geography, there are a lot of work, previously a lot of work was being done in international domain, but right now this arena is coming in India also. And a lot of people, they are working on this criminal, or rather than it's called the crime geography, especially in the urban areas, urban domain. Because I belongs to the one of the cities like Siliguri, and that city is basically the locating in the transition zone of all the international boundaries like Bangladesh, even Nepal and all these things. So lot of crimes are happening over there. So if I want to go on the safety security issue of any city, any geographical region, so very importantly the new generation, the new learners should focus on how to mitigate this crime and how this crime should be spatially that is called distributed in a particular geographical domain. What would be the hotspot zone of that particular area? What would be the cold spot zone of that particular? So this kind of work should be going on. Now, if a new generation should focus on this SDG goals, 17 goals, so definitely they should focus on this safety, security, women security. That should be a particular discussion topic in today's world. Because lot of work already been done in different domains, but some new venture, new idea, new concept should be incorporated in the discussion, so the new kind of research should be come out. And the people, and obviously if I am talking about some of the good publications, some of the good work that is going on, so this kind of work should be focused on. Because new venture should be, otherwise the geography having a same traditional method, same traditional ideas. But new domain of research, new venture of research should be coming out, and the new generation researcher, new generation people, even the pass out, the qualifying, the PG level student, they also focus on this kind of discussion. So very importantly, that I would focus on this aspect. Please go on the safety security issue of a particular geographical domain, irrespective of the crime geography that I would like to focus on. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you. Now we have Dr. Sujoy Bandyopadhyay.
Thank you, the organizing committee, for giving me the opportunity to say a few words about the sustainability path, how to gain the sustainability. Actually, I'm working in the field of flood science, and the thing is that nowadays we have to provide the reliable guidance to achieve the sustainability. So the thing is that we have to reconstruct the long-term data, because we know there are several types of, we are nowadays dealing with data, but the thing is that the instrumented data is very limited. So like in case of flood data, we have if we in case of Indian rivers, we have only 50 years or 100 years data. But the thing is that if we try to provide the reliable guidance to society, like to fulfill like the two goals, sustainability goals, like goal 11, like sustainable communities or cities, or like to combat climate change. So we have to look at the past. For that, if we use the historical data or historical documents what we have, or if we look through some the paleo data, like from the natural archives. So I think if we reconstruct this data, so it will help us, because the projection, if we have short-term data, estimation of the projection of the future floods or future disaster, it's not reliable. So if we use the natural archives through some different techniques, like I'm working in the field of fluvial, using the fluvial archives to reconstruct the long-term data, or sometimes using training data, or using other kind of analysis. So maybe we can exaggerate the data, or we can exaggerate the records up to I think maybe 1,000 or millennial scale. So for that reason, for achieving the sustainable goal 11 or 13, or combating the climate change, maybe it will be better if we focus on the reconstructing the data, long-term data. It will be better. Thank you.
Thank you. Dr. Majumdar? Yes, sir. It is you. Okay. You are given 5 minutes. You are given 6 minutes.
Asraful, will it be operable from there? Very good afternoon to everybody. Myself, Arjit Majumdar from Jadavpur University. Well, I'm not an expert of sustainability, but what I feel that being a geographer and being a student of maybe geography and science, so whatever I have tried in my life to establish maybe from the academic domain to a domain which is operatable, which is workable. I have done something in my college when I was in Union Christian College, Kalighat. That accumulates more than 3 lakh liters of water per year, free of cost. So that is what something seems to be sustainable, and I'd like to show that what it goes on. So next please. The objective of the presentation, I mean, I've given this presentation in many cases, and the fundamental understanding, my fundamental objective was to have a very easy understanding of science. I mean, I feel that science should be easily understood, and it should not be very complicated, very mathematical. I can see that this is the data, and I am applying a lot of statistics and ending up with the same data. Rather than doing that, maybe have a very easy understanding of science, and to have the least cost projects. Projects costing a lot of money is not applicable to a huge section of the society, as I feel. Next. So maybe we are working on rainwater harvesting, another is floodwater harvesting, a different thing altogether. Next. Well, this is a structure, this is a photograph taken from the Google. So normally what we do is that rainfall is being collected, it's been stored, it's been taken up to the roofs with the help of the electricity, and then it is being distributed. And in countries like India, say for example, where we have rainfall for only 3 to 4 months, that means we have a skewness of the rainfall. So in that case, most of the time, these pipes get destroyed, in fact, because for 9 months, for 8 months, they are not in use. And another thing that comes into play, say for example, in this particular college, you are going to install rainwater harvesting. So you are going to keep a particular person engaged for that, pay him something, that yes, you are going to open the knob this time and you are going to close the knob this time, so that the rainwater actually comes in and actually works out. But this thing was a little bit different. Next. So this was my college, and please go to the next photograph. So this was the rooftop of my college. So if we look at the rooftop, it is a small area, just like this stage. Dimensions are only 18 meter by 11 meter. 18 meter by 11 meter. So it is a very small rooftop. Please go to the previous slide. Yeah. Thank you. So what happens is that the rainfall is being collected from the top of the roof, 3rd floor. That particular rainfall comes down through the broad pipe. I don't have an indicator over here, so I'm coming over here. So it comes through here. It's being collected in few tanks. The number of tanks depends on the area of the roof. The number of tanks depends on the area of the roof. Firstly, when the rain was being collected in the roof and it starts going through this pipe, there was a wire gauge placed at the top of the pipe so that the leaves and basic sediments are being removed from there. Then the water is being collected to this particular tank, and these tanks are being connected to each other at the top, from here to here and from here to here. That means the water will go on up, it will go up. As the tank fills up, the water will move from first tank to the second tank, but from the top of the tank. This is due to the fact that I wanted to make a very simple thing, which is known as sedimentation and decantation, which you did in class 5-6. That the sediment should be deposited at the very base, and then the fresh water would be moving to the second tank. Similarly, the second tank, again the fresh water would be moving to the 3rd tank. From the 3rd tank, now in order to get the pressure of the water, the pipes are being connected from the base, and this water will be going directly to the system of the toilets. This water will be going directly to the system of the toilets, which needs no chemical purification, because if we go to do a chemical purification for this size route, it will cost huge. It's better to buy distillery for that. Next. Okay, next. So this was more or less the area of the roof. Next. This is the annual rainfall of Kolkata. It's around 150 centimeter. Next. So how to calculate that? A very simple calculation. Area of the roof into mean rainfall into R, that is the runoff coefficient, because due to adhesion and cohesion, the roof will be holding some amount of water. And we used to collect around 3,60,000 liters of water per day, and it's continuing still now. I have done it in the year 2017, I hope. Next. The extra water was being recharged. I mean, there was a provision made. Thank you very much. So this is what I have done in my college, and it's continuing still, free of cost. We are getting this water. Another thing I would just like to mention, that this rainwater harvesting, you know, when I connected these pipes, the pipes that come from the municipality water, if the diameter was say 2 inches, the pipes which came from this rainwater, it was 3 inches. Because if the pressure in the rainwater, the pipes through the rainwater, if there is a pressure, the water will automatically go from the pipes containing the rainwater. Otherwise, there is a valve which will automatically close and the municipal water will come in. So then it is completely an unmanned project where if there is rainfall, water will come to the cistern through the pipes of this pressure, otherwise from the municipality pipes. Thank you very much. Thank you, sir.
Thank you very much. Dr. Islam.
Good afternoon, everyone. I am Dr. Islam from the Department of Geography, IAGR University, Kolkata. Already we have learned several things from my colleagues on the dais and several lectures, special lectures, plenary sessions, and we are really enlightened about the Sustainable Development Goals. 17 Sustainable Development Goals are there, and we are really striving to achieve the Sustainable Development Goals from the different perspectives, engaging the community. So what I would like to focus, actually I teach advanced geomorphology in my university, PG level students, and I take every year the students to the field and for measuring the different kinds of the river parameters regarding their quantitative dimensions, say cross-sectional morphology, their velocity, their discharge, at the same time some qualitative parameters we do test. And the main intention of it that in the era of Anthropocene, most of the rivers of the Bengal Delta, due to some tectonics and the climatic reasons are there, but the rivers have been almost dead in some cases due to the involvement of the anthropogenic interventions. And in the era of Anthropocene, this kind of anthropogenic interventions have some negative consequences on the fluvial systems. And with our team, what we do actually in reality, Nodir Sathe Chalo, this is one of the programs that we have adopted, and I am leading this program. That means go with river. And we are trying our best to sustain the river, and we take the students and we measure this quantitative and the qualitative parameters. And I could show this with help some slides, but right now I don't have the slides with me. But I would say that due to the engagement of my students in the field and the involvement of the local people, community outreach, and the peoples are they are benefited, and they also do together with us. And what we are trying our best to restore the environmental flow that is needed, and that is the need of the hour. Because dams and the different kinds of the anthropogenic interventions, like the changes in the land use and the land cover, and the other kind of human interventions like brick kiln construction, and the pollution of the river due to the different kinds of the point and the non-point sources. So ultimately we strive to achieve these sustainable development goals, especially SDG 6, and also the sustainable development goals related to the life on land and life under water. And our teams are relentlessly working on this, and hopefully this action, though this is a pretty small kind of the actions, but for the restorations of the environmental flow, especially for the rivers in the Bengal Delta, which are at the decaying phase, and I think that the slight interventions of the slight initiatives from our end make difference in the future. And being the young geographers, we should strive this for our best for sustaining the river systems, because most of the civilizations which we reside right now and the previous civilizations were the river-based civilizations. So ultimately, we can survive the terrestrial systems in a better way. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. Dr. Mistry is there. Tapas.
Thank you, sir. Good evening, everyone. Honorable dignitaries on the dais and off the dais, scholars. Today, we know that there is very relevant discussion going on from the beginning of this seminar. Now, sustainable development goals is well known to us that it is 2030. That is inclusive one. That this goal have designed in such a way with 17 goals and 169 targets and with so many indicators that actually covering each and every portion of the community and each and every people of the society would be benefited from this. And now question is, benefit means development, welfare, prosperity of the nation. That can be achieved through the prosperity from individual to community level and to the macro level and to the macro level. Now the question is how it can be achieved. It can be achieved through transparency, accountability, mediating the policies of the government and the people's perceptions towards this policy. And policy review is very important in this regard to bring this prosperity. And for this purpose, accountability is very important. And next is our environment. We should think of our ecological sustainability. Without it, our very existence would be in question. The green technology, green infrastructure, green environment, everything is thinking about the green. That means sustainable to us. And if we think for the peoples, there are three basic things: roti, kapra, and a makan. That is food, clothes, and shelter. And for shelter, you see that there is a massive housing shortage in India. And the many programs have, that cover Sustainable Development Goal 11.1 for housing sustainability, affordability, and appropriatability of the housings for the people. And now you know that PMOES Awas Yojana, the next, the latest version of this, that is actually implementing at every level to give proper shelter and housing to the downtrodden sections of the community. And if we address the basic agenda of our society with transparency and with public-private partnership, we have to mediate with some private agencies, NGOs, or the non-government organizations at the same time. Without it, our goal would not be succeed, because there is the limitations of government. They cannot reach to every part and portion of our society. So we should think about how to reach to the grassroots level, ground zero level, and from micro to and can reach the speech of the people who are living in the downtrodden section of society, marginalized section of society. Their voices to be raised in the from broader platforms to get the better sustainability. And the peace is very, very important. We know that there is dependency of scientific tools and technology that is good for our society, but the aesthetic development, what the people actually wants, which the people's intention is also very important. Art, aesthetics, music, etc. also have the great value in our society, and we have to think about the peace at the global level. And because we know that there is Russia-Ukraine war and other wars is going globally, that is actually hampering economy, prosperity, peace in every part of the world. So we have to think at the government level also. Of the achieving the sustainable development goals for the future generations. And geographers have the great role to achieve this, because they are working at ground level, they know space well, and they can synthesize the idea of space, idea of people at the same way. Thank you.
Thank you. Now we have Dr. Sengupta from Badwa.
Good evening everyone. First of all, I am extremely grateful to the organizers for giving me an opportunity to speak before an enlightened audience. So basically, when I was offered this opportunity, the first thing which came to in my mind is about what should I speak. So ultimately I decided that what is the role of a geographer? We all work on sustainability, and specifically I think we as geographers have the unique ability to determine whether and to what extent the question of sustainability is being achieved. This is because probably geography is a subject which has a clear-cut synchronization between the physical environment and the human aspects. So in this connection, I would like to share two of my research experience. Now, because you see there is an increasing trend in current geography is machine learning and model building. I mean, there is no denying the fact that until and unless we accept and make a sphere for taking up more technology in our research, but that comes with a caution. For example, in a work on agricultural sustainability associated with the USDA program in 1974, we came across a water-stressed area in Purulia district of West Bengal, where after applying various models and associated topographic and pedologic parameters, we determined the land suitability of that area for agriculture. And what we found was that the land suitability of maize was much more than that of rice. But when we went to the field and questioned the farmers, we were surprised, because although the farmers were aware about this fact that maize is more suitable, especially in water-stressed region, but they were not in a position to cultivate maize. The main reason suggested by them was that the lack of minimum support price, that is MSP for maize. So the question of agriculture insecurity hinders the process of sustainability being achieved in the sphere of agriculture. Secondly, in another aspect on groundwater characteristics in a district of West Bengal, we come across, after applying various models, we came across a situation that there are places where, in spite of being extremely good prospects for having groundwater recharge, but actually the farmers and the local people do not get sufficient water for irrigation. When we went to the field and interviewed the local people, we found that there are various companies such as sponge iron and coal bed methane projects who are extracting a lot of water with, you can say it illegally, you can say it legally, but ultimately the people are getting deprived of that water. So again, the question of sustainability remains unanswered. So I would like to conclude by saying that many of us are in the current phase of research, and many of the budding geographers before us. It's good that you use models and all, but until and unless you verify in the field with taking into question the human dimension, probably our goal of achieving sustainability will remain unfulfilled. And also, we as geographers, because of our, as I told earlier, close synchronization with the physical and human aspects, we are in a better position not only to devise sustainability but also to check whether sustainability is achieved. So, thank you. Okay, sir.
Thank you so much for keeping within time limits here. Thank you so much. Now, we have Dr. Vera.
Good evening to all of you. Today, the topic of panel discussion is pioneering the path to sustainability. When we are talking about sustainability, first of all, as a scholar of environmental geography or science, we know sustainability is nothing, is a goal or ability or capacity to achieve or improve the good environmental quality or social welfare or well-being, or to provide the quality materials to the people. Sustainability has three important dimensions. One is environmental, social and economic. I will give you few but very significant examples from physical or environmental viewpoint or geography. I know, you know, today people are thinking regarding the third pole of the earth. Third pole means the entire Tibetan Plateau, Hindu Kush range, Himalayan range, Karakoram range, Nayan Quindangla and Hengduangshan mountain range. This important region fits very significant rivers like Amudarya, Shivdarya, Indus, Ganges, Brahmaputra, Mekong, Iravathi, Yangtze, Huanghe, or today Yolo River. You know, in this particular region today reside more than 2.5 billion people out of 8.2 billion world population. But today our sir already morning session he already highlighted that most of the glaciers along the Himalayan mountain range, I am talking about the glacial mass balance, terminus, length, volume are significantly retreating due to global warming. So we have to think, our scientists already discovered, published several articles, very good articles, recently I have gone through in Science Advances, Nature group of journals, Elsevier. But what is the problem? We have failed to achieve the sustainability. Why? I will give you few other examples. You know, today, you know, the flood intensity or flood contour is significantly expanding towards the Himalayan mid-monsoon. Well, we know due to unscientific land use within the river corridor, I am talking about the impact of river channelization. When we are talking about health of the total environment, is also significantly deteriorating in the recent years, you know, due to the large scale emission of the greenhouse gases. So who are responsible for that? You know, the forest health is also significantly deteriorated. Forest cover is also decreasing in trend. Forest depletion means carbon emission is increasing Simultaneously, carbon sequestration is dropping. In Raw Bengal region, the groundwater is highly contaminated by fluoride and also different heavy metals. Why? We know our scientists already, they published very good articles in different renowned international standard journals due to over-exploitation of the groundwater and depletion of the groundwater table and piezometric surface. So we know the reason behind the problems, but still we have failed to achieve the sustainability. Why? There are different barriers of problems regarding the sustainability. We have failed to achieve the sustainability. In case of economic sustainability, previously we applied the linear approach. Take, make, use, dispose and pollute. Today, the concept has been tremendously changed. Today we are applying circular approach. Take, make, use, dispose, pollute, remake, reuse. So, slightly we have achieved it. But while the sustainability demands good political desire, ethical concern, otherwise we can't achieve the sustainability. Thank you, sir.
Now we have Professor Pratati Vishwas.
Thank you, sir. And good evening, August gathering, both in the offline and the online mode. So we have been hearing about SDGs, and one of the main focus these days is on the water. And I would like to focus on this water aspect in a practical aspect. What I have tried to do, by the way, I am from Mizoram University, a northeastern state, you are well aware. And over there in a hilly area, we have got the problem of both plenty and scarcity of water. And that is what we face over there in Mizoram. We have got a lot of water because of the various springs, etc., which emanates naturally. But again, we have a problem of scarcity because these are not being utilized systematically, or they are overutilized, so as to say. So before, when we think of actually doing something on ground, so the first thing that we must do is to have a database. And that is what me and my team, we did. So we worked for around 3 years and we got a database. Like Mizoram's capital is Aizawl. So for Aizawl district, since most of the population is basically from Aizawl, so what we did is that, and actually this kind of thing, the young researchers, you can also do from in your workplace also. So what we did is that for Aizawl district, we geotagged all the springs of Aizawl district. So we found that there are around 125 springs which are approachable. Obviously there are so many springs inside the hills which are not approachable. So 125 springs were mapped in Aizawl district. And not only mapping of the springs, geotagging, etc., we also categorized them as perennial and non-perennial. And what we found is that this was based upon field survey and also from questionnaire, that obviously these springs, the number of non-perennial springs, they were increasing. And apart from this, we also did a database of the quality index of these springs. So they were tested, the water parameters were tested seasonally for these 3 years, and all the springs they exhibited, they were in the good quality, good category of quality. But the negative point is that they were earlier in excellent quality. Some of the springs, in fact, 2 of the springs near our university, their water was you can compare them with the RO water. It was better than that. It was such good water. And also we tried to see that how the quantity is reducing. 2 important factors that were seen. was of course the climate parameters, because it was sort of seeing that according to the climatic trend, the what was also quantity was also diminishing. The other important thing that we found is of course because of the jhum cultivation, which you know that over there we have got these kinds of problems, because of which the land use is getting changed very rampantly. And not only all these things, but we have also all this information. What we try to do is that we try to upload this. We have uploaded this. We use the web GIS, the online, the cloud-based web GIS, and we have uploaded whatever we have taken this about this 125 springs, the database of this 125 springs, its quality and the quantity, and also the regions which are best suitable for recharge, the regions which are very much vulnerable, because you cannot in a hilly area, you cannot go anywhere and dig that place and start your recharge. You cannot do that. You have to see that whether that region is really suitable for that or not, because Aizawl also is very much vulnerable to landslides. So you cannot dig up any area, start recharging, and then the next day you will see in a couple of days that landslides will start. So you have to have a very much multifaceted approach. So all these things, the various recharge zones or the vulnerable zones, they were all mapped and they were all done, they were all uploaded in an information portal. Now what was the reason of this information portal? So that anyone having some like link, so any device having an internet connection, they can easily check through this link, even you can check it through your link, and each and every springs that has been mapped, the database of each and every spring can be easily accessed through pop-up windows. So, and the positive thing is that not everything is so bleak according to me, that we are well aware of the SDGs, we are well aware that how our planet Earth is, in which direction it is facing. Now the positive thing is that we have all risen from that, and just like the example of Mizoram, through PMSKY, that is an initiative, so they have started, Mizoram has already started recharging its springs. So they have started it through one by one districts, they have already started, and it's just in its infantile stage, and we are very much hopeful that through recharging, through the concepts that we have given, through the database that we have provided, that we will soon get the results of this. We thank you so much.
Thank you. We had 9 panelists, and if you multiply 9 by 40, we had given 4 to 5 minutes. So 9 multiplied by 40 is 360. So 360-degree view we got of different components. So it's sustainability is not one single item, but water has, food has, ecology has, disaster has. This, the views that you have presented is the perspective that, everything will be put together, looking at a better world for us for tomorrow. Thank you very much, all 9 of you. You have really, this evening, is this the last session? This is the last session. So you have enlightened us. Thank you very much.
I, on behalf of this organizing committee, would like to express heartfelt gratitude to all the panelists and chairperson for accepting the invitation and gracing the panel discussion. Thank you so much. I'm sure that all the participants has immensely benefited from this discussion. I hope there is few questions from the participants. We will take 2 questions from the participants, if possible, from chairman. Any question is there? So no question? No. I would like to invite our convener to felicitate to our panelists and chairperson.
যাও যাও যাও
সামনে যারা থাকে সামনে বাঁচানো যারা পাঠিয়ে দিন ওরা বিভিন্ন হোয়াটসঅ্যাপে পাঠিয়ে দেবো।
Please give a big round of applause to the two panelists and chairperson. Thank you so much, everyone. Now we'll end the sessions. I request everyone to be here at after 5 minutes for a cultural event. Thank you so much, everyone.